Alright, we should be live here. Sorry, I was trying to figure out a stream. Is it that loud? It shouldn't be. I don't hear it that loud, but... That's off. That can't possibly be louder than my mic, but it might be. That's not bad. We'll use this one. It's Pixelated Autumn Leaves. We're gonna play this one. Is there any way I can keep it, like, playing? I don't know. We'll see what we do on this music here. I didn't think about that one. Got the pods in. I spent the last 10 minutes working on getting my AirPods in, so I don't have to use the headphones and have those on the whole time. Well, I see we got the angle in here. We also got the egg in here. Interesting that I haven't made Heaven's Angle a moderator yet. Give it just a few more minutes here, and then we'll get started. Of course, we got our coach walking around. He's not invisible this time. Always love when that happens. Is there view on YouTube? No. I haven't really figured out this YouTube audio library yet. I don't know that I like it that much. Whatever. We'll keep it as is. I can't see. So they added something in OBS. Your Twitch says you're gonna be live? Does it really? It shouldn't. It should just stream to my YouTube. Oh, let me check my Twitch out real quick. I haven't been on there in forever. I don't see anything about my Twitch saying I'm gonna be live. I see the last thing I did was Rocket League. Playing with Eggy22 and Pappy Van Winkle. Yeah, that's old. I don't know, maybe I have my streaming stuff crossed. Doing YouTube from now on though. I'm definitely I mean maybe I'll go back to Twitch sometimes, but might as well stay on YouTube. I can't see the comments on... They added this thing in OBS for YouTube streamers now. I can see my stream and the health of my stream, but I can't see, like... I can't see the chat or anything, which is kind of worthless, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, I have a schedule. I'm supposed to stream like 4 or 5 times a week on that schedule. So, that is way off. It's good stuff. But I have the right mic on, right? I'm not using... Boy, I hope I'm not using the wrong mic. Yeah, it should be set to my Yeti. Okay. Should be a view you can add. Yeah, I know. I probably can. I haven't looked into OBS's YouTube integration too much yet. I really should, though. Give it just a few more minutes, see if we get maybe a Texas chick to pop in. You alright? Alright, that's good. That's good news. Man, my eyes are dry too. I was up till, I guess, went to bed around 2 a.m. last night. Fell asleep probably about 1:30 on the couch. Couldn't make it through my whole stream, or my whole release. Fell asleep during it. So sleepy. But we gotta get hyped because we got some big stuff to make happen today. I've got the whole draft spreadsheet. Now I haven't done everything yet. We've actually, you can see on the game here, so let me go ahead and pop that open. Should be full screen now. Grab the controller. You can see we've got a lot of scouting points to do, and to start this stream off, I think we're gonna do a draft show. We're gonna look at the players that I've created for this draft a long time ago, and we're gonna take a look and see who we need to get. You can see we pick last in the NFL draft because we won the Super Bowl, which is just how it is. But we'll start off with the top 10 here, and then we'll go, I think, through position. Let's give it just another minute, and then we'll get started. Force repping. See if you can see it on the stream. Got the St. Mary's shirt going. Got a big game today. Winner is solely first place in the WCC with San Francisco. So 9 o'clock Central. All right. So first overall pick, we have Alan Schefter, and I've already scouted Alan Schefter. He's pretty much a can't miss left tackle, blindside blocker. Has those good pass protection skills that you look for from your outside tackle there, or your left tackle. Of course, we do have a right-armed quarterback, so that would be perfect. He would be the blindside for our QB. 6'6", 320 pounds. He's really good against speed rushers, and he's okay against pass block or power rushers as well. Early first-round talent. This guy cannot miss. Shakari Butler. This guy's an edge. Now, he's 20 years old, so, you know, Allen, you get a 21-year-old, which isn't too old, but 20 years old is even better. I think that's the youngest you can get in this game, actually. Really big player. You can see he's a power rusher. He has a lot of hit power, good power moves, good pursuit. Early first. Another can't miss. We've got Tyler Davis, the quarterback out of Indiana, and you may remember him. I think we played them just one time in Olympia. Tyler, really good accuracies. Of course, we don't have him scouted. We don't need quarterbacks, so we probably won't scout him. Tyler's the first projected quarterback on the board here. Russell Perkins, the fifth cornerback. Maybe a little bit of a reach as far as his talent levels. It shows that he's a mid-first, but he's got really good press skills, really good man coverage, and his zone coverage isn't, I think, bad enough to consider that a weakness on him. 6'1", 21 years old. Guy could be a really good outside corner day one. Levi Brooks from UCLA. We don't have anything scouted on him, so we might take a look at him, but he's a run stopper, so could be, he's almost 300 pounds. This guy could probably play D tackle in a 4-3. So we'll take a look at him as we go. Dwayne Walker also could be a 4-3 defensive tackle. Same situation here, just a year younger. So really between these two, you'd have to be asking yourself 2 inches and 10 extra pounds as well as a year younger. Maybe somebody's got the edge somewhere else. We'll see come combine time. Jason Pierre, another tackle. Second tackle on the board, actually. And he is the pass protector. So maybe if you have a lefty quarterback or you want a pass protector on the right side as well. And he is very balanced. He actually might be more balanced than Alan Schefter is. Just might not be as strong. You can see Alan Schefter's got the A+ on finesse. So Alan's going to be so good day one against speed rushers, whereas Jason Pierre, he's just balanced all around against rushers. Really good prospect. You can't miss this guy either. Again, hope the music's not too loud. On my earbuds, I can barely even hear the music, but I also know in OBS it shows the thing is showing really high on the volume, so we'll see. Let me know if I need to turn it down. Got Champ Barnes, one of the Barnes twins. So Champ Barnes, 6'3". Yes, I think he was crafted after Champ Bailey a little bit. Really good press corner. Man coverage is decent, and his catching is decent. I don't think it's too okay. 21 years old. He's tall, so you got yourself a nice tall press corner that might be a little raw when it comes to his coverage skills, but he's already got some good catching ability. Early second talent, so this guy would be a talent reach, especially for you'd be reaching a whole round almost on him. But this guy can be molded into probably one of the best corners in the league. So kind of the things you're dealing with when you get one of the Barnes brothers. The other one is Maverick Barnes, my top target in the draft, and we'll go through why when we hit the physical. I think he's going to leap off the page on that. Also a bit of a talent reach, but he's got great spec catch, great release, and great catch in traffic. 21 years old, 6'5". So if this guy is an athletic specimen, I mean, you're talking about somebody that catches the ball like... This is a Randy Moss style prospect, just maybe not as talented, like as high of talent level as Randy Moss was. But kind of that caliber. And then we'll go through two more because... Omar Molina, wide receiver. We haven't looked at him yet. A physical 21-year-old out of Penn State. We'll take a look at him come combine time. And then Ronnie Washburn out of California. I know we all remember him from the bowl game last year at the end of the Olympia season. Ronnie Washburn ended up having a pretty good game, but really choked the game in the final seconds there, as the Raiders ended up actually taking down California. That was a big, I feel like it was a big upset. But he's 6'6". I hope he's got that long flowing blonde hair. I meant to give him that sunshine type of hair. 209 pounds, 23 years old, so he's on the older side, a redshirt senior coming out of college. Strong arm, but also I think we'll be able to play a little bit of that West Coast style. And that's going to be it for, let's just go through the rest of the QBs here. We don't have any of them scouted, so we'll kind of pass on looking at them. Some other notable players, actually, let's do a quick check just because I want to make sure. I don't think we have any other quarterbacks in this draft. No. So running backs, we've got Ryan Westergren. If you watch the Olympia offseason, we know he went early pro, very surprisingly early pro from BYU, but it was clear why. Guy averaged a lot of yards per carry. Young running backs tend to do that. Really, really good player, and he is projected to be pretty highly picked here, just behind Montrell Payne. Both could go, one's projected mid-second, one's projected early second, but it could be either one. Of course, we'll take a look at these running backs more so come Combine time as well. But coming down here, we've got Captain Kirk Doherty from Olympia, 23 years old. So you're getting an older running back. Shelf life might not be as long on a guy like this. We know what to expect from Kirk. Not a lot of top-end speed, but he's really well-rounded everywhere else where it counts. A little bit further down, and I think I might have put him a little too far down, to be honest. J.J. Thomas, who just had maybe one of the best running back seasons for the volume he got. Guy was averaging, I can't remember what the off-season stream said. I want to say it was, or the video. I think it was like closer to 10 yards a carry. J.J. Thomas, you know you're getting a really fast running back, more of a one-cut guy. His big lack is the catching game, I think, and his power. I believe that's all for the running backs. Fullbacks, we don't have any fullbacks in this draft, really, from our series. We already looked at Maverick. Let's take a look if there's anybody else here. I haven't scouted a lot of position players just because I want to wait till the Combine. I don't know how good they can be. So I've actually been saving my points up, and I don't think we have any from Olympia in this draft. Let's make sure here. Nope. Tight end. Haven't really looked at these guys either. One thing to note, Tane Briers is a Kiwi. So he's a New Zealander from Oregon State. He played rugby when he was back home in New Zealand, so we'll see on him. He could be an interesting player, could have a very robust skill set. Don't think we'll be looking his way just because we already have a tight end, but if the pieces fall where they do, then we definitely could consider him. Davide Flake down here in the 7th round. We do have him scouted. You may remember Davide Flake from UCF. He's a really good blocking tight end, and that's pretty much all you're getting from him. Not a lot of pass catching skill set. Definitely imagine, I'm trying to think, Max Williams, who I believe we actually had on the team this year towards the end. We signed in relief of injured Theo Clements. Think more of a Max Williams skill set. At outside tackle or left tackle, we've already looked at Alan Schefter. Chuck Dempsey is a mid-projected first rounder. This guy's a running tackle, run blocking tackle. 6'8", early first round talent. So you pick him in the mid, you're not really losing out too much. Cameron Woodson, a late first, so maybe a bit of a reach. 23-year-old from Jackson State. Good pass blocker that also has good run blocking. So he's a bit more all-around balanced as well as the run game. Larry McCain down here in the 3rd. Again, could be a bit of a reach, but if you're wanting a pure pass protector to come in on, you know, if your starter gets injured and he could just play that pass protection, you just don't run it to the left side. That might be his game. Left guard, Morgan Griffin's the only one I'm really interested in, but even he would be he'd be a full round reach, a 21-year-old that has good blocking skills. And outside of him, we really haven't scouted anybody. I don't know if we're going to be looking left guard at all. Such a great football moniker, Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk might be one of my favorites of this series. We got a lot of them, and we'll see a few more come to defensive tackles, but Captain Kirk, probably one of my favorite Olympia players. It really makes me sad that we can never get a run blocking line to really open up his game, but it is what it is. Ryan Cohen, another good center from Wisconsin. Anybody in chat, can you remind me of another good Wisconsin center? I think I'll know somebody who will respond to that. course, he is, it looks like, good impact block, good run block, good lead block. So this guy is somebody you want to probably pull. It says power, but impact block and lead block make me think that this guy would be someone you want running, like, pulls and stuff like that. Daryl Silva from Utah State. Of course, he's a really good pass protector. This could be your Frank Ragnow replacement. And don't be surprised if we look Daryl Silva's way in the draft. Of course, we got Gordon Bullocks here, who's another really good, I think, gem at his draft position. Projected late third, talent level is late second. There's several options we can look at come line, I think. Some that will have to be gotten early and some that will have to be gotten late. Tyler Neal, I don't remember if we already looked at him. Tyler Neal is a 20-year-old, so you're getting the age with this guy. Really good run blocker. His problem is his talent level might be a little bit lower. Might be low 70s or high 60s. Then you got August King, who would be a bit of a reach, but another good run blocking guard here. And that's pretty much it. Bridger Banks maybe could be somebody to keep an eye on. And then at right tackle, we've already looked at Jason Pierre, Zach Garrison, projected late, but he is more of a mid talent, good run blocker. Malosi Avois from TCU. He's 6'6", 337 pounds. This guy is a pure power blocker. He is a gem for his position, so somebody we could definitely consider. And then Ken Schneider in the 3rd round. You might be able to jump up a little bit, just a little bit on him though, and pick up a decent run blocking tackle. Of course, I think that is something I want to consider, is going for more of a run blocking line this year. Just because I feel like we couldn't open up as many holes in the run game as I wanted. And pass blocking, we did an okay job on that. As far as edge rushers go, we've already looked at Levi Brooks. We don't really have any information on any of these guys. Vasnevi Kananalopoulos. Oh man, I could say this when I made the class. Vasnevi Kananalopoulos is one of the 2 sets of twins we have in this year's draft class. That's right, we have 2 sets of twins. One was Champ and Maverick Barnes, and one is Vasnevi, and I believe the right end, Victor Kananalopoulos. Both from Purdue. They were the bookend edge rushers in Purdue's 4-3 scheme, and you can see they are true edge rushers. Both are 6'3", 259 pounds. They are more identical even than Champ and Maverick are, especially due to their dimensions being the same. So pretty excited to see where they fall. We don't have any information on them just yet, but I'd like to get some more. Charleston Devine, I don't know if there's anything about him. Xavier Dubois, somebody I scouted that, you know, could be a good late round pick. 24 years old though, so bit of older prospect. We already looked at Jakari Butler. He's kind of a can't miss guy. I don't think there's anybody from the Olympia series on the edge here. Defensive tackles where we have most of our Olympia series players. Now Sonny Shahan is the first expected defensive tackle off the board. More of a true 4-3 defensive tackle, or maybe an interior edge or interior end in the 3-4. He's got good run stopping, but he also has good power moves. So I definitely think you're getting a really good player here that could play an interior rusher. Wouldn't be a bad player for us to look at. Hank the Tank Sherman out of Minnesota. He's a bit of a reach. He's a whole round reach. This guy, Hank Sherman, has always been less than he was expected to be. And that's not necessarily a dig on how he was in college. He just was expected to be so much for that Minnesota team. A really good hitter with good power moves and block shedding. Problem with him is you're getting a little bit of an older prospect. And we clearly know there's some holes in his game because he's a late 2nd round talent. Tiny Ted Cook out of Utah. Tiny Ted Cook, a bit of a gem here. Unlike, he's the opposite of Hank Sherman, where he's actually a whole round higher. And we can kind of tell why. 6'6", 369 pounds. Tiny Ted Cook is anything but. Man is a nose tackle. You might run him in the 4-3 under as your nose tackle. Could run him in a 3-4 as your middle defensive end or defensive tackle. And we can see why he is a higher prospect. It's that play recognition and that awareness. Tiny Ted Cook is someone that is going to win with his brains and not necessarily with his athleticism or with his skill set. So not sure that's the right player for us, especially considering we don't run a lot of 3-4, but we will be running 4-3 under this year a little bit. So Somebody to consider. Nick Larson from Arizona, another one of those special Olympia Utah recruits. Nick Larson, we don't know anything about him, and we might scout him later because that is someone we could consider. More of a true 4-3 defensive tackle. We'll take a look at him. And then Taito Leato. Taito Leato is from UC Irvine, so a little bit of an FCS player here. Or I guess not a little bit. Another nose tackle, similar to Tiny Ted Cook, 350 pounds, 6'4", so not as big as Ted was. But he's got block shedding, he's got some power moves, and he's got pursuit. So I think Taito Leato may not be as talented. You can see he's a late third talent, but I think he's more of a well-rounded player than Ted Cook is. So maybe you can build him into something a little more so. Down here we found Hemi Savea. He's a 6'3", 360 pound, another nose tackle. A lot of nose tackles in this draft that are actually pretty decent. He's got good pursuit, good hit power, and good tackling. The block shedding isn't, we don't know. So what's going to really separate Hemi Savea, Taito Leato, and Ted Cook, I think, would be their strength levels, which we'll see in the combine. I don't think I'd even consider someone if they have low strength and low block shedding. Alright, now we've got some outside linebackers, and the top two are pass coverage linebackers. So a bit of a lost art, I think, in the NFL. We've got Cruz Carrillo from Idaho. Now, he shows as a pass coverage archetype. He's a bit earlier talent than he is projected, not by much. Probably same overall, really. Hit power, tackling, and pursuit are his noted things. So what makes him good at pass coverage? That makes me think that he's got good pass coverage on top of those. Anytime I see an archetype that the top skills don't show that, it makes me think he's going to end up being a better player than I even think. Same thing here with Curtis Simpson. You can see he's actually got the same exact skill set, just down a tick on everything. And he's also projected late first. So that means whatever Cruz Carrillo has in one category, Curtis Simpson must have in another. It's making him a little better. So it's just something we can't see outside of those top three skills. Both are good pass coverage guys that don't have a pass coverage skill listed as their top skills. That means they're probably pretty well-rounded players. Mick Triplett, somebody we've looked at. If you want more of a run-stopping outside linebacker, which is something we definitely could have used this year. Think of more of a Trey Harris type. Good hit power, good block shedding, good tackling. And then that should be it. At Mike, we've got some good guys. Johnny Hill might be a bit of a reach, actually. A good run-stopping Mike linebacker. But in today's NFL, you don't use the Mike too often, so we'll see. And we played a lot out of the nickel last season. It still gave Mitch Newman a lot of those snaps, but we wouldn't have if he wasn't so good at pass coverage. Or so much better than the rest of our linebackers, that is. Ben Samuels might be the better pick between him and Johnny Hill. Both are run stoppers, so really you're just getting a better run stopper day one. There's a few guys here that are interesting. Mike Smith might be a good one if we find ourselves in the 6th. He's got good awareness, but he's 24 years old. So you're getting a guy that's smart, but is old. And that's really just something you don't want to go for in the NFL, I tend to find. Unless you are a championship team and you already have those players. Tavion Richardson is another really exciting player, I think. A good power rusher that has good finesse moves. So this is a really complete edge rusher. In our scheme, he'd be flipping to a defensive end, similar to Chance Fortunata. Or Kenny Durkins, I think, was actually the outside linebacker we flipped to end. So think of him as more of a Kenny Durkins, not your coverage linebacker here. And that's pretty much it. I think if you're going linebacker in this draft, especially for us, you're going either Cruz Carrillo or Curtis Simpson or nobody, really. We just don't need anybody else. Cornerback, we've already looked at Russell Perkins and Champ Barnes. We've got Dikembe Kelly. Dikembe, man-to-man corner with some decent press and decent man. But he's a very clear reach. I don't see us drafting him unless he falls to the 3rd round, where he would be a good talent-level grab. Oh, my head's itching. I guess it is cold. Anthony Sutton, another reach here. Wouldn't even consider him. He's got good press. So this is a guy that really could be grown into that role. Zaire Callahan, if you want a zone corner, this guy's really, really good. He's a bit of a gem for his projection. I think Zaire would be a really good player for us to grab. I don't know that we're going to end up going him. We already have Stephon Gilmore. We already have Jeff Okudah. We already have Byron. And then we've got even Chris Harris. So I just don't see that happening. And here's where we really might try to make a move here in the first round. Safety. Bakari Williams, the #1 free safety. He's an early second round projection, but his talent is early first. And he's got great zone coverage, a good hit power, and he can catch the ball. This guy could be your... I want to think of, not necessarily Tyrann Mathieu. What's the guy that got traded to the Eagles? Byard. Kevin Byard. You know, I think this guy could end up looking a lot like him. We'll see. Daniel Moore, another really good safety here. More true talent level. And then it's a steep drop off. I don't know that we stay in the race if we don't get one of these two. Strong safety, we've got Kai Allen, the run supporting safety from Louisville, a box safety. 217 pounds, you definitely could run him in a sub package. His hit power is high, his tackling's high, his pursuit's high. This is the ideal type of player that I want for my defense. Right now, he is one of my top probably 3 prospects I'm looking at. And that should be it as far as our safeties go. Let me check. We do have one safety here. Derek Kaniri from Olympia. And this guy, I'm sure you all remember him. Derek, probably the most exciting player on Olympia's team this year. Sorry, coffee break. Derek does not have good defensive skills, and we'll take a look at him probably once the combine hits as well. What Derek does have is raw athleticism. You might be able to mold him into that role, but you might also just be drafting him for special teams at 5'8", 225. He needs to lose some weight. 5'8", 225. Goodness gracious. How does he run so fast? That's old NCAA 14's logic for you. That does not make sense in real life. Somebody to consider. Somebody to consider. And, you know, we haven't had great special teams, but we do have Jacoby Declan. I'm not sure we'll be looking to move on from him. Ricky Rubini. I don't think we got a deal done with him, so we could be looking at a kicker in the draft. Santiago Trujillo is someone to consider. He's got A+ kick accuracy, A- kick power. Dense boy. That is a little package right there. 5'8", 225. He better learn to play linebacker. Goodness gracious. F awareness for this guy. So he's dumb as a box of rocks, but he can kick the ball. From New Mexico. Michael Smitty from Utah. We saw him. He went pro early as well in our Olympia series. That was unexpected. Michael Smitty, one of our Utah recruits. Of course, we don't really highlight the kickers very often. Smitty was a pretty decent kicker. And, you know, he's young, so that'll play into his favor. We'll see where he goes. We might scout him as well. We do need a kicker. And then punter, the final one we'll look at. Rangi Cooper. I'm excited about this guy. Another rugby player. This one, another New Zealander as well. This one's from Hawaii this time. So Tane Briers went a little further to Oregon State, but Rangi, he went so far as Hawaii. And he also played rugby. A+ kick power, A+ kick accuracy. Also dumb as a box of rocks. But his talent level is really high. So, you know, you're getting probably like a 74, 75 overall player here. And he's 6'3", 229. What else can he do? 20 years old. We'll see on him. And then Tommy Callahan, final guy we'll look at. Remember, Byron Robinson was terrible for us punting. A+ kick accuracy, A kick power, F awareness. So all these guys are pretty dumb. This guy's 24 years old. You'd really be maybe overspending to get a punter that's 24 years old for a 4-year contract, but we'll see. And that is it for our draft class. Now keep in mind, we start with the 32nd pick, then we pick 15 spots later in the second round, then we pick 17 spots later in the second round, and then we pick 32nd in the third round. And what in the world? Why does it say 32nd, 30th, and 23rd? Why is it out of order in the third round? Do you see that? Round 3, 32nd, 30th, 23rd. That makes no sense. We picked 3 times in the third round. Wait, what? Yeah, okay. We picked 3 times in the third round. Man, I'm going crazy here. 23rd, 30th, and 32nd. So we have a lot of late picks in each round. The earliest pick we pick in a top 4 round is 15th. We might be packaging some picks to move up. There are a lot of really good top end players, and the lower end players might not be so good. My #1 prospect I want is Maverick Barnes, and he's projected to go number 9. I don't know that we can wait till number 9. Not that we have much of a choice. We might have to wait till number 9 to pick him up. Alright, so that is the draft spotlight. Without further ado, let us kick off this offseason. Long overdue. Of course, I believe we already looked at... did we look at yearly awards yet? I don't think we did. Yeah, I don't think so. So, yearly awards, Dak Prescott. Did we look at these? Can somebody remind me if I already looked at these in one of my videos? I really can't remember. I don't think we did. Also, the Wisconsin center I was referring to, Travis Frederick. Right? Isn't that his name, Travis Frederick? I think it was Travis. Cowboys center. Who had to retire because he had AIDS, I think. Don't think so. Okay, we'll look at it real quick then. MVP goes to Dak Prescott. That's how we know this is a video game and not real life. Dak wins the MVP. Although true to real life, Dak wins MVP. And the Cowboys flame out in the first round. So, some things like to keep it accurate. Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes won second. Baker Mayfield, and then Kyle Linehan somehow finished 4th for the MVP despite throwing 50 interceptions. Don't think that's accurate. Of course, we have a division rival in the top 5. Jordan Love had a really good year. Of course, he's having a really good year in real life. And then Kyler Garrett even made the top 10. 9th place. Yeah, that was a good impression. So 2 of our division rivals are in the top 10 MVP runners. Jason Brook, our coach, did win Coach of the Year, as you would expect. In the NFC, for Offensive Player of the Year, Kyler Garrett got 3rd. Kai Linehan all the way down here at 7th. Lance Roach got 8th, so that's pretty good. And then Jalen Hurts and Austin Belton. Austin getting 10th. Austin couldn't quite... Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's what he sounds like. Defensive Player of the Year goes to Chance Fortunata. I don't think anybody's surprised by this. That is one of the best years we've ever seen in the NFL. Broke history with his sack record. Really, really great year for him. Anybody else here of note? David Long. We had him on our team either last season or the season before. He's top 8. That's crazy. Mitch Newman gets 9th. And yeah. Offensive Rookie of the Year goes to Kyler Garrett. One of the best rivalries to develop from the season. Really excited to see him play more. Luke McDonald gets 2nd. And then Theo Clements, I don't know that he would have beaten out Kyler Garrett, but Theo Clements was on pace to be number 1 or number 2 before he got injured. So that really, really sucks for him. Could have probably gotten him a development upgrade. Devontae Florence finishes 5th. We got Kayshawn Treston up there for the Cowboys. Desmond Mantell and Dominic DeHavreau 10th. Offensive Rookie of the Year goes to Daniel Cameron. Anybody here we're interested in? Tommy Mann. Carson Liljenquist finishes 7th. So not necessarily as good of a year for him as I would have hoped. Elijah Davis got 8th and he barely played, so that's really good. Best QB goes to Dak with Kyler 2nd. Of note, one of the top 10 QBs in the NFC, now granted there's only 16 teams, was Josh Kerchief. So we'll see if the Vikings stick around with him. I do think they'll be in the hunt for a new QB. Saquon finishes as the number 1 running back with Lance Roach right behind him. Really great year for Lance Roach. He had so many yards total. Denzel Haswett finishes top 7. Wide receiver goes to Tyler Lockett. Bit of a career resurgence there in Washington. And Dante finishes 5th. So, hey, Dante ended up having a pretty good year, all things said and done. Offensive lineman, Ryan Ramczyk. I don't think... We have Brandon Sheriff up there, so we did at least have one player. Jonah Williams. So, Brandon Sheriff and Jonah Williams made the top 10. Good year for them. Defensive line goes to Chance Fortunata. No surprise there. Javius Bentley had a really, really good season. And he's a 93 overall. That's insane. Chantel McKenzie also had a really good year. So you can see the best defensive linemen in the NFC are all custom people I have made in my draft classes. Javius, Chance, and Chantel are all my own custom players. And that's pretty much it. Linebacker, Mitch Newman was up there. Cameron Sweeney. Defensive back goes to David Long. Okay. Stephon Gilmore went 10th? 10th for Stephon Gilmore? The man had like 4 or 5 touchdowns off picks. Come on. Highway robbery for my man Stephon Gilmore. Best kicker goes to Ricky Rubini, who we did not re-sign. So we'll have to figure out on him if we can get him back. And that's it. Let's take a quick look at the AFC, see if we see anything cool. Offensive player here. Baron Gajkowski 6th, Tre'Davious White 7th, and Bryce Richardson 8th. So that's pretty fun. Chase Tracy. Okay. Baron Gajkowski did win Offensive Rookie of the Year. That'll probably give him a dev upgrade. I don't think he was... I think he was normal. But I think that'll give him a dev upgrade. Miguel Stanley finished 2nd. He ended up doing okay. Chris Jarrett 4th. Dexter McCauley, I really thought of drafting him. Lee House finished 8th. So an Olympia player that was drafted pretty low and didn't have a high overall finished 8th. And I didn't have to fudge the numbers at all for him. He played. Jason Burnett, another Olympia prospect, or Utah, I guess, from Utah State, actually played a lot this year. Defensive Rookie of the Year goes to Stacks J.J. Hammonds. I mean, I don't think you get better than Stacks was. Really good player. Shontario Parkerson, he finishes 2nd. Got some really good players here. Robert Hexenfield. QB, Barron was up there. Running back, let's see if any of our guys are up there. No. Wide receiver, Delonte Turk finished 2nd, so former Flyer, having a good year. Chris Jarrett actually finishes top 5. Any rookie? Oh, Kevin Wooden, one of the best offensive linemen we've had drafted in this series. Excuse me. Lil Russell Thornton, top 10. Best linebacker. Jakarde Stoudemire's up there. Shadon Foster. Defensive back. Brett Kraft, top 10. So another Olympia player making the top 10 here. That's awesome. Kicker Mike Harris finishes 2nd. Olympia kicker almost getting top number 1. Alright. And that's it. So that's all the awards. We've gone through that. Playoffs. Let's go ahead and do upgrades of players. We've got Bernie Matthews off the practice squad. Bernie Matthews has no release, so he's an inside player only. His speed's not all that high. He's really a slot king here with good change of direction and some good moves. So I guess if you got him open, I think he'd be a pretty good player. Let's give him some route running. That's a really good upgrade. Wow, the bass on these AirPods sounds incredible. That's crazy. We've got all our guys down here, so we'll get to them in a minute. These are all the practice squad players. Jonathan Lindley. And this guy is more of a defensive end almost. Good run stopping. Yeah, let's upgrade that run stopping. I think this would be a guy I'd bring in for 3rd down situations to stop the run only. Ron Bellamy is an interesting safety. I think we did draft him. He has no good zone coverage. He's not all that good of a player, to be honest. Let's get his run support up. It's a pretty good upgrade there. Jimmy Shelton. 2nd-year guy. I really like Jimmy Shelton because we can actually just keep leveling him as a pass protector and have him be a 2nd string left tackle. And he can come in and not necessarily give up sacks every down. That would be really nice. Evan Windsor, we're going to upgrade his run stopping as well. Man, my eyes are so dry. Oh, he gets 2 upgrades actually. That's really nice. So he goes up to 68 overall. Could be somebody we consider keeping around. +3 awareness, +3 zone. Wow. So he actually has some decent man coverage skills. Evan Windsor. He's not fast. 5'11", 225. Wow, okay. Evan Windsor is a guy we might look at bringing back. Chance Fortunata, another upgrade. And you know, I'm going to get him to 95 overall so I can go ahead and unlock another ability here, I think. I'm pretty sure. Let's see if that does it. No. Okay, so he's already maxed out on abilities. So he's 95 overall, +1 awareness, +1 block shed, +2 finesse moves, +2 recognition, and +1 pursuit. So now I want to start upgrading his power rushing, I think. Dante Pettis. Really wanted him to be a more physical player. Catching traffic and catching traffic, spec catch and release. I think we need that release. This also has release and spec catch. I'm not really sure. Why is he playing Madden 21? So the reason I'm still on Madden 21 is my universe, as it were, the MrFuzzihead universe. We've got Olympia players. If you check out the other playlist on my channel for Olympia, we've got a full 8-season series there where we have all these custom players I've made. We've done high school recruiting on them. They've come through. They've played at Utah, Olympia, Utah State, BYU. And then we've put them in our draft class as well. So if you stick around, you'll see we've actually got a draft class that I've made that has a lot of our own players from our series in it, as well as just custom players I've made. The other thing is, I mean, Madden 24, I do like it. I like it a lot. All the 22 and 23, those games are worthless. 24, pretty decent. And I do own it, and I do intend to play it with Mr. Eggy22s in chat, do a series on it. But really, is there that big of an upgrade from it to Madden 21? No, not really. The game may look a little better, but for the most part, no. They play mostly the same. In fact, I like some of the things better about this one. So we're sticking on Madden 21 until this series is over, and then we'll probably hop over and play Madden 24. By that time, Madden 25. With that new EA college sports game, if it comes out for PC, which I don't think it will. But Kyle Linehan, we've already bumped him down from superstar to star. I didn't think that throwing 30 interceptions deserves getting a superstar upgrade, so I bumped him down. For Kyle Linehan, I think I want him to be a better thrower downfield, so we're going to upgrade his strong arm archetype here. I just don't think he's been good at throwing it deep yet. Gives him 1 throw accuracy deep, 1 throw under pressure. That throw under pressure would be really nice, actually. Also, hey, thanks for having you. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad to have you here. Hope you stick around. We're working our way towards the draft here, and yeah, if you want to see where some of these players come from, Kyle Linehan was the first ever like big recruit I made in my Olympia series. So he started our first year as a junior in high school. We watched him for 2 years, and then we lost the recruiting battle for him with Utah. So spoiler, I guess. My bad. So you can see he's actually from Utah. I guess it's already spoiled. And we played against him for 3 or 4 years, and we won against him. We lost against him, and now he's in the NFL on our team. Jason Edwards, an Olympia player. In this series, we have it as Southern Utah. Of course, there's no Olympia in Madden. So this guy needs to be a better pass blocker. I'm sorry, he's terrible at pass blocking. Could not see the field. Graham Glasgow. I try to upgrade his run blocking. Connor Morgan. I do like his play. Let's upgrade his run stopping ability. Jeremiah Weston, another corner that we drafted, and we're gonna try to probably bump up his man-to-man. We played mostly zone this last year. A +3 man coverage. Wow, that's really good, actually. And then Talbot's gets 2 upgrades here. I think I'd like to upgrade his pass coverage. Yeah, that's a good upgrade. That's really good. So he's up to 59 zone and 62 man. Nice. Alright, so we've done all our upgrading here. We've got 299 scout points available. I'm not going to use those. I think I want to save them for the combine results. I do lose 50% each week, so we are overall losing a lot from it. But I'd just rather know what I'm going to use it for. We need to re-sign a team trainer. Is that it? No, it's saying that we need to re-sign our scout and our head coach. Well, obviously we're going to re-sign our head coach here. After winning the Super Bowl, you have to think he'd get a 5-year offer. And then our scout, DB overall, I think I'd like to give him another offer. Let's give him a 1-year offer here. Our trainer, I think he's been really good. Give him an offer. I don't know how that works exactly, but we'll see. And I think that's it for this period. So let's go ahead and simulate to the off-season here. I think we'll see a lot of players lose their dev traits. So let's see if any of our players lost their dev traits. We already bumped Dante down. I don't think any of ours will because I already manually bumped them down. Uh-oh. You go live daily? No, most of my content is recorded. I usually do the off-season streams live and then the preseason, so I'll definitely be playing some tomorrow over stream. We'll do some of the preseason, probably not the full thing, and then I'll probably do a little bit of the preseason next week as well. So I'll make sure to have those scheduled. I do want to go live more often, but unfortunately work gets in the way, so I don't really have that opportunity. But yeah, I'll of course keep my channel updated. I do posts like the channel posts or the community posts, and then I also schedule them a little bit in advance at least. So we can see Chance Fortunata kept his development trait. Glenn Vereen is star. Kenny Durkins kept his trait. Jeff Okuda kept his trait. Mitch Newman lost his, and I might be okay with that. We'll see. I'm also not necessarily sure I'm okay with that. I mean, let's look at his stats for last year. 186 tackles, 15 of them for loss, 2 interceptions. I don't know, man. That safety, or fortunately that's a good point. Fortunately, there is work. I do wish I could not work and just do this full time, but that's so far from the realm of possibility that really can't consider that an option. And I don't know if y'all are noticing this. Byron Handy is showing as our cornerback too. And that already has me a little concerned about something that I think we're going to see here in a second. I kind of wondered if it was going to happen. Let's take a look at retirements. I'm not ready for this because I know it's going to be here. Cameron Hayward retires after 15 years. Stephon Gilmore retires after 14 years. So the hero of the Super Bowl, the guy who scored a lot of touchdowns for us last season at cornerback, retires. That frees up about $11 million in cap space, so that's good news. The bad news is, yeah, good luck now is right. That was our best. We had 2 cornerbacks that could lock down the field, and that really is what kept our defense as one of the best in the country, or in the NFL. Brandon Sheriff also retires. I'd wondered if I was going to bring him back. Obviously, I'm not going to now. Oh man, that changes up everything. What team did you start with? This is the Detroit Lions. So we took the Detroit Lions, and I mean, who in the world is still a fan in Detroit? I guess they're having a good year this year, but I mean, it's Detroit. So we moved them to Salt Lake City. Everything's kind of Utah in-house for this series, or this universe. Next universe I do, or I guess next series I do, will not be Utah. I gotta get out of Utah. But yeah, this was the Lions. We took them year 1. This actually series started on Madden 20 as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I redid the series with the Lions. Starts a little rough. I was kind of making unreasonable moves. Since then, we've done a lot of reasonable stuff. I've actually even upgraded my contracts for some of the players I had to be more guaranteed and be more cap hitting than previous. So we've tried to go through. I've adjusted quarterbacks in this franchise to be more accurate. I do know that the cap numbers rise each year in this game, and probably the best thing about Madden 24, the cap numbers in that game rise and the player demands rise with it. In this game, cap numbers rise, player demands stay the same. So eventually, nobody has cap issues because everybody's asking for money that's well under what the cap is now. They don't rise to the inflation of the cap at all. JJ Watt retires. That sucks. Charles Leno retires. I was thinking about targeting him. Harrison Smith retired. We signed him and traded him immediately. Had a good year, though, with the Falcons. DeAndre Hopkins retires. Darius Slay retires, so we can't even consider somebody like him. Okay. Matthew Stafford. Of course, he was on our team at the very beginning. No longer. Casey Hayward. Not Cameron Hayward. I get those two confused. Danny Shelton. We had him on our team once upon a time as well. Robbie Anderson, or I guess now Chosen Anderson. Robert Woods retires. We had him on our team as well. Man, everybody from our team is gone. That sucks, though. Okay, so with Stephon Gilmore gone, that means we have a lot more cap space. Frank Ragnow returning from injury. That's good. Theo Clements returning from injury as well. Alright. And then we re-signed our coach, and we re-signed our scout. So we should still have our full staff. That's good. We do have some more upgrades. And I could cheese it a little bit and not upgrade these guys before I re-sign them, I think. But we'll go ahead and do that anyway. Dylan Murdoch, I want to be a better route runner. I don't feel like he gets open enough. But physical could be better too. And I think physical would upgrade slot. So I want to upgrade route runner to be a little bit ahead of those. Okay. That's not a fantastic one. Ernie Stachelski, I want him to be a better blocker. Just because he'll come in and I want him to be able to give us a little bit of an edge in the run game. Colin Childress is probably projecting to be our starting center soon. Let's upgrade his pass blocking. I don't know how much longer Frank Ragnow has with this team. Trey Harris we did re-sign as well. With this guy, I think I want to lean into the run stopping a little bit more now. We were just so bad at run stopping this last season. He got some zone coverage too. And then Kenny Durkins as well, I want to lean into run stopping. We just got to be better at stopping the run. Something that we really struggled with last season. He got some speed there. Okay. So season recap. It shows us as the Vikings. That's kind of ironic. Division rival. So Stephon Gilmore wins Super Bowl MVP, has a fantastic year, and retires. That's awesome. Defensive Player of the Year goes to Chance Fortunata. Kyler Garrett wins Offensive Rookie of the Year. And then Jason Brook Coach of the Year. Okay. First ever Super Bowl for the Salt Lake City Flyers here. I guess that would be true for the Lions. You can see Dante Pettis was the Offensive Player of the Game from that game. And Stephon Gilmore was Defensive Player of the Game. Although Jermaine Johnson also had 2 interceptions, so good for him. Alright, we get negotiations now. And I'm curious to see how much cap we have going into this, because we did lose Stephon Gilmore, so that does mean we have a bit more cap to play with. We have $66 million in cap space, which sounds like a lot, but it will go by the wayside quickly. If we look at savings here, why does it still show some of these players? Stephon Tuitt, I have to re-sign. So none of these players. Okay, so the most we can save is Frank Ragnow. But we'd be eating $6 million in dead cap, so that's not fantastic. Keanu Neal also would be eating about... We'd be gaining $6 million overall. But are we going to replace these players with better players is the other thing we have to consider. Dante Pettis might be the biggest trade cut candidate. And I can actually see he lost some overall rating here. Then Eddie Jackson. Eric Hall... Oh, no, he's gone. Graham Glasgow's gone. So Dante's really the only one we can cut for sure and make some money off of. We have $66 million in space. Is there a way I can see your regression? There we go. Alright, so player regression. Frank Ragnow actually stayed pretty good here. He lost 1 awareness and 1 pass block power, but he's still really solid. I think it'd be stupid to get rid of him. Dante lost 11 points. So... he is a cut candidate here, despite the end of the season he had with us. Justin Matabike didn't really lose anything. Zach Allen a little bit. Eddie Jackson lost 11. Eddie Jackson could be someone we look to move on from. Jake Matthews lost a lot. Schobert lost a ton. And I don't know if this guy is still technically under contract, but I definitely think I'll be moving on from him. After seeing that. Wow. Minus 20. That's insane. Derek Francois even lost a little bit at age 28. So running backs, I mean, they just go so quickly. Lost a little injury, a little strength, and a little trucking. Wow. Drew Tranquil lost 23 points. My goodness. That's terrible. Keanu Neal lost a lot, but again, I don't know that we're going to find better than him. Derek Carr, not going to be on the team, obviously. Max Williams lost a lot. Graham Glasgow lost a lot. Lorenzo Fadokasi lost a little bit, but not too much, actually. Alright. Well, it's good to know. Let's look at re-signings here. Jake Davis at 24 years old, wants about $2 million a year. He's a good speed rusher, but he has no run stop upside, really. I just don't know on something like that. That's a very one-dimensional player. For a 74 overall, you'd be paying way too much. Dudley Barden we brought in as a deep threat. The problem with Dudley Barden is I can't justify spending 9.5 mil on this. What is draft board? We'll get to the draft board in just a second. I actually have an Excel spreadsheet on that. So we'll look at the Excel spreadsheet. We'll also need to update it come combine time because a lot of these guys I haven't scouted yet. But I'm glad you asked. I'm pretty excited for that. We did a little draft show to start the stream. So once I don't think there's a scouting a bit. Yeah, I can't scout just yet. So I'll show you the prospects again. We'll do a quick once over one more time on the prospects. It's a pretty loaded draft though. Ricky Rubini. So the fair offer was about $5 million a year with him. And to franchise tag him would cost $5 million, $4.5 mil. So that's less than it would have been per year. I think that's worth doing and not sending it to market. Let's see if anybody else needs to be franchise tagged though. So Dudley Barden, I mean, this guy wants just too much per year. I like him as a deep threat. I'd be willing to go down to 2 years, but I'd have to give him less guaranteed. Would he accept about 2.8 per year for 2 years? Okay. I did not expect Dudley Barden to accept that. So now I think there's more of an incentive to get him involved. Awesome though. So if we had to pay that out, that's what, $2 million to pay out anyway? Not a problem. Stephon Tuitt's actually still a pretty good defensive tackle here. He wants $9 million for 1 year. Might be a retirement after this year. I don't know that I can justify that though. $9 million for a guy that didn't really produce for us. I mean, if we look at his stats, 13 tackle. And now he was injured a lot of the season. He had 1 sack, 1 tackle for loss, 13 tackles. I just don't think we can stick with him. I think I'm going to move on from Stephon Tuitt. Jonah Williams. Yeah, I don't think I'll franchise tag him. Franchise tagging him would cost $21 million. There's no way that's worth it. Goodness. Keenan Callahan, someone I want back. I think his skill set's really, really interesting. If we look at him, he's got good block shedding. He's got decent strength. What am I looking for here? His block shedding's not actually that good. He's got good zone coverage though. Man coverage could be better. Speed's pretty nice, so he can fly around the ball. Just trying to get that retirement money. No kidding, man. That's insane. That is insane. I can't believe the franchise tag for this dude was $21 million. That's just ridiculous. The problem here is I'd be spending around $8 million a year for a guy that also, let's look at what he did in the 2 years we've had him, because we did trade for him. Last season, he ended up having 58 tackles, 4 for loss, and a sack. So he was really good last year. This season, didn't get as many opportunities, and he finished with 17 tackles. And if we look at his general, he played 190 downs and only got 17 tackles. No other stats. So he ended up not really doing a whole lot. I do want Keenan Callahan back. I want him on a 1-year deal. And I'd probably be willing to offer him $4 million. Maybe even $5 million, but we're going to go $4 million. There's no way he's going to accept this, though, is the problem. Yeah, he's going to test out free agency, and I don't blame him. Franchise tagging him would be $20 million. There ain't no way I'm doing that. That's insane. Matabike wants a $6 million contract. I mean, this guy did have a very storied 2 seasons here with Salt Lake City. Last year, 14 sacks. This year, 5 sacks and a lot less downs. 4 tackles for loss, 22 tackles. he fits what I want from a defensive tackle. Really good interior pass rusher. But $6 million, I just don't see it happening. Again, I'd be willing to offer 4. And if he accepts 4 million, 50% of his contract guaranteed, we'll go for it. No, didn't think so. Again, franchise tagging him would be 22 million. I'm sorry, franchise tagging him is more than franchise tagging a blindside left tackle. There is no way. Foloronsu Fadukasi is not ready to negotiate yet. When are you going to be ready? You're off the team after this. Denzel Johnson, not ready to negotiate yet. Why can't I negotiate with these guys? I've never seen that before. They're going to negotiate after they're already off the team? That makes no sense. Max Williams, no. Graham Glasgow, definitely not. Justin Harvin, he's not going to negotiate either. Oh my goodness. The quarterback franchise tender is $40 million. Wow. Eric Holloway's probably the guy I want most. Yeah, Brian Robinson, you can go to the market, bro. You were terrible. Tranquil, I'm not interested in bringing back. Brian Bell, I am, but not for $22 million. But I think we'll try to bring him back in free agency. So Eric Holloway's the last one. He wants almost $10 million a year. Now you look at him and 97 strength, 86 block shedding. So this guy is a fantastic nose tackle, or not really a nose tackle, but he can play that. 75 power moves. So the only thing is you're not getting great interior rush from him. He's not great on third down. Injuries 83. I don't think I can justify paying that. And I don't think we're going to get a better player than him. So that is a lot of lost money. We've already lost Stephon Tuitt. We don't really have anybody great for a 4-3 scheme that needs 2 defensive tackles. We're kind of hurting on that. I think I'd be willing to offer him a 2-year deal. It'd have to look more like probably $8 million a year with 50% guaranteed. Do I even think this is worth it? 2 years for $16 million? You're going for a player that's entirely upside here and really hasn't necessarily shown it on the field just yet. So maybe I go 3.5 and then go 4.5. What do y'all think? I think I go any lower, it's a guaranteed no. I don't think he'll accept this anyway, but do I try to lowball him here for 16 million? That's still a lot of money, but go for it. Okay, let's do it. No, didn't matter. And again, to sign him would be 22 million. I just don't think that's worth it. I'm going to franchise tag the kicker here, Ricky Rubini. Yep, yeah. I mean, I needed a player like that, but just there was no way. We're franchise tagging for $4.5 million. Our kicker here, Ricky Rubini. Can't lose him. And that's it. I think that should be everyone. Yep. So we're done with the re-signing period. And we're on. This is only signing free agents. Interesting. I thought we'd be able to look at the... Is it week 2 that we do the prospect scouting? So, TL, I'll have to get you the prospects the next week, I suppose. So we look at our salary cap. We have $58.5 million to play with here. We can either go for more of a bona fide star in free agency, or we can look to round out our roster in other ways. We already have a pretty talented roster. Again, the only really cut candidate we have is Dante Pettis, where we would save about $6 million overall, and we'd only eat around $3 million dead. Are you going to draft? Yeah, we're going to draft. That's going to come up soon. That's always the fun part, is the draft. Actually, the very first season's draft is probably the craziest draft I've ever done. We will get there. I do think I'm going to trade Atari Mason. I think I'm going to trade him to a team that might want a quarterback. Now, he's 25 years old. He does have star dev, but he's a very limited player in that he can really only scramble. Think of how Jalen Hurts is in this game. Not in real life, obviously. I think I'm going to trade him away. First, we're going to add him to the trade block, though, and see if anybody has any offers for him. So we're going to have Kyle in him. We'll need a backup quarterback. We do have Derek Francois, and to release him would save us 2.6 million, and we'd incur a penalty of 1. So that's definitely an option as well. I don't know that that's going to end up being worth it. Let's look at his stats from last year. He averaged 3.3 yards a carry, 4 touchdowns, 209 yards, 8 broken tackles. So I don't know. I mean, he's a really good player. And the thing I like most about Francois is if we come down here, he's got good run blocking, and he's got really, really good pass blocking. So he's the kind of guy that you can definitely bring in for pass protection if they're bringing a blitz. I don't think I want to get rid of him. But also, he's 84 speed, so he's really slow. He's a, run between the tackles type of guy. Jacoby Declan did not get an upgrade. Okay. Of course, with Declan, you have more of a straight line runner. Not so much of a... Well, he does have 98 change of direction, so he is shifty, actually. Tevin Gillespie's a guy we had on the practice squad, and he's got really good trucking. Not sure we'll keep him around. I mean, that'd only free up 290. Of course, Lance Roach just got star dev. Obviously, we're not going to move on from him, but he is going into his final year, so we'll have to see something big from him. So running back, something we could consider, but I don't think we're really hurting on it. Fullback, I think we're solid there. Wide receiver is really the place I'm looking most right now. Dylan Murdoch is a good slot wide receiver, 82 overall. And these are all really good. Like, his route running is really good, but he hasn't wowed me yet. He's going into his 3rd year. Dante Pettis is cut bait here, I think. 84 overall. He's been a hero for the Flyers, but I think his age and the money we could save from that might be worth moving on from. Sean Stevens, I'm really excited to watch again. 80 overall, but I think that doesn't demonstrate how good he was last season. That's the wrong thing. Whoops. Let's look at stats here. So Sean Stevens ended up with 740 yards, averaged 46 a game, 14.8 yards per reception, which I do think is one of the higher numbers on the team. If we look at like Dante Pettis, for example, he did have 1,100 yards. No, he had more yards per reception. So actually, Dante beats him there. Dylan Murdoch, I think. Yeah, Murdoch's the disappointing one. 13 yards per reception. He had 737 yards. So he really, I guess he didn't regress between years, but I'm not sure. I guess he kind of just stuck the same. Hugh Porter's another guy that I think I'm going to put on the trade block. He's now actually lost his development from star. Interesting. He used to have star. That's crazy. He went down to normal. I guess we've hit the cap on star players in this series. That's insane. I'm going to add him to the trade block because I think he's a good player, but he just hasn't really ever gotten a chance for us. He's a preseason darling that he's looked fantastic every year, but just hasn't done anything. Denzel Johnson, another guy that I think we signed off a practice squad. So he's more of your throw it to him in the red zone type of player. Releasing him would free 1.85 million. I think we're going to go ahead and do that. Let's get him out of here. Dudley Barden. We just re-signed him, so I don't want to get rid of him. Justice Richards really hasn't done much for us. He's going into his 3rd year. I'd love to see him hit the field, but he really just hasn't done anything. Bernie Matthews, same thing there, and we could save almost $1 million with him. And then Sean Pippen we just drafted. Tight end is definitely one of our strongest groups. Derek Fitzpatrick, a really good... If he's your 3rd string tight end, you're doing all right. None of these guys I'm looking to move on from. Maybe Ernie Stachelski. Let's throw him on the trade block and see what offers we get. I don't think I'll move on from him, though. Left tackle is where we have our biggest need right now. Cooper Clark. How much would we save? 420? We'll save on him then. Jimmy Shelton right now projects as our starting left tackle. There's worse pass blocking left tackles in the league, but man, that's rough. Mitch Flaherty, of course, is our starter here, and Martin Weston, a great backup for him. Frank Ragnow and Colin Childress are both really good. I'm looking to keep them. No right guard, and then right tackle, we've got some good options there. So right now, offensive line is easily our biggest hole. Left end, we got Chance Fortunata and Zach Allen. Zach Allen we did re-sign. I think I'm going to keep him around just for that run-stopping upside he's got. But Chance Fortunata, if he's healthy, he'll play almost every down. What was your team overall in season 1? Oh my gosh. I don't even want to think about that. We picked 4th overall in the draft. So we'll take a look at that. Remember, we're at right end, so we're looking through there. How do I see team overall? Is it league history? I don't remember how you look at your overall on this. There's got to be some way to do it, right? Is it my owner? My team? My coach? I don't know. If you remember where I can look at my team's... I don't think it'd be scheduled, would it? No. I have no idea. I think we won maybe 3 or 4 games. We did a lot of simming back then. It's only been the last 3 or 4 seasons that we've done full-on seasons for. Another thing that I like to change about the series, the start of the series is rough, but that first draft is incredibly fun. Another one that had some really high-level players I made that ended up falling to me, surprisingly. And I did not intend for them to. Kenny Durkins, of course, we are keeping him around. Bradley Fisher. He's never really done much either, but he's a good backup. But Glenn Vereen, 1 year younger, star dev, could be worth kind of putting more emphasis into than Bradley Fisher. We'll put him on the trade block and see just if anybody's interested. I doubt it. And we have no defensive tackles going into next season. So you know we're going to be looking in the draft, but elsewhere, Schobert, oh my gosh. So we could free 600K, but we would incur a penalty of 3 million. But he's aged so much, and he's already not, like, fantastic. We look at him, he dropped 124 tackles, 14 tackles for loss, and 2 interceptions. But I think he really fell a lot this year. I don't want to keep him. Trey Harris, he's one of our outside linebackers, and I think I want him to get more snaps than Joe Schobert does, for sure. I just don't see any world in which we keep him, but man, he costs so much. We can't trade this guy. Nobody would pick up his contract. Well, 3 million, that's not too bad. But nobody's gonna pick up a $3 million contract for a guy that's a 76 overall. I mean, they're just not. We're not gonna free up much money, but if we release him, we better make it count. I think that's worth it, though. We're gonna lease Joe Schobert. He's gone. Connor Morgan and Zach Meredith could be good release candidates too. If it comes down to that kind of money, we'll look at it. Keeping Trey Harris, obviously. Jeff Okuda, we can't release him. We would lose $16 million. And we don't want to release him anyway. Chris Harris and Byron Handy are our other 2 corners currently looking to get playtime. I'm not sure which one I'm going to look to more. Byron Handy hasn't really done a whole lot, to be honest. I mean, he did end up with 62 tackles, but he regressed, actually. He had 3 interceptions, though. They had less tackles for loss, less tackles. I just don't know. Free safety, we could save $5 million with Eddie Jackson, and that's something that I am considering if we can find an upgrade for. Max Milstead, you look at him, 93 speed, 79 zone coverage, could be someone to consider. Strong safety, got too much going on here. Justin Harvin, 76 zone, no. Gonna release him. Ron Bellamy. Who is the guy we were looking at? Is it Evan Windsor that we were looking at earlier? I think that's right. Windsor is 225 pounds, and he really fits what we're looking to do a little bit. So I think we're gonna keep him. Ron Bellamy, we're gonna release. Elijah Davis, we may change to a linebacker here. That may be something I look to do to replace Joe Schobert. And then Junior Pettis. I think we traded for him, if I remember correctly. And he's not fast. He's got some okay zone. I mean, 950,000. There's a good chance we release Junior Pettis here. And we don't have a punter. Alright, so we know what to look for. Let's go ahead and take a look at the free agents. Of course, we can make some trades as well. It says I have 50 million in cap room. How does that make sense? Shouldn't I have gained cap room? Not sure. Zeke Elliott makes it to the free market. No way. So somehow he's eligible. Now the Cowboys are probably going to sign him back. So he just flexed his free agency to get a little more money from him. Aaron Jones. Could we get lucky and have Aaron Jones no longer on the Packers? I would love that. I'm so sick of playing against Aaron Jones. Dalvin Cook. You can see he's available, but I can't imagine that he's going to be an option for long. Trent Brown at right tackle. Let's take a look at this guy. So we could get into this deal, and for $12 million, it's definitely possible. He's a really good pass blocker as well. Somebody to keep an eye on. We'll keep an eye on Trent Brown, Evan Ingram. So at quarterback, Braxton Berry as an option, as a strong arm. None of these guys have bids, by the way. That's incredible. So we'll be able to pick probably if we want a backup quarterback, and I don't want to be paying this kind of money for him either. So we'll kind of wait to see what happens and probably just sign one from free agency. Yeah, there's no way. Running back, I mean, I just don't think there's anybody in here that I should get into the market for, especially after the year we had. There are some interesting players here. Matthew Beard's on the market. Fullback, no. Wide receiver, we could bring back Kenny Golladay. Man, it's cold in here. It's been a minute since we had him. Artie Slaughter is someone I'm really interested in. The problem with Artie Slaughter is his price tag is so high. So we're looking at $29 million over 3 years to bring in a guy that he's a good deep threat. And that's about it. We'd be replacing Dante Pettis with him, essentially. If we got Artie Slaughter, we'd have to let go of Dante Pettis. And I don't know that he's that much better yet. T. Higgins, I'm not doing that experiment again. Anthony Curtis is another guy I've looked at. More of that Sean Stevens archetype. He does have good downfield ability, though. 93 speed, 96 acceleration. He's got good catch in traffic. He's got good release. This is a really, really good player that just doesn't run a good deep route. So, like, it's kind of a weird... It says he's 80 deep threat. I don't think that's accurate at all. He's got good change of direction. Anthony Curtis is a really, really interesting prospect here, and he costs a lot less. He costs $21 million as opposed to $29 million, roughly. Nobody's looking at him yet. Tyler Lockett, if you wanted a good one-year slot player. Tevin Hambrick. Calvin Ridley could be an option. DeConte from the Bears. I mean, none of these guys are even getting targets, really. Sterling Shepard. Quandre Spriggs is someone that I was also interested in. Looks like he's going to go somewhere else. That's fine. Parker Sampson, another very intriguing player. Parker Sampson is a burner, though. So, he has nothing else. 95 speed, 95 acceleration, 84 deep route. So, I mean, he's got some good change of direction. Somebody to consider. So, I think right now I'd be really in the market for maybe either Parker Sampson or Anthony Curtis. I think Artie Slaughter is just a little bit too much out of my price range. Cam Powell as well is up here. Of course, a very physical player. Tight end, obviously not in any of these markets. Sternberger could be leaving the Packers. Kelsey's available. Get Kelsey for 1 year. It'd be fun. I just don't think any of these guys are going to end up being worth it. Hal Fitzsimmons, another guy that I've looked at before, and I think is a pretty decent player. But left tackle Jonah Williams is still the top prospect in the class here. And I have to think that unless you're going Trent Brown, you should be going for Jonah Williams. Shaq Mason also available at right guard. Something we could try to do to replace Brandon Sheriff, but 14 million plus 13 million. Somehow, how is Shaq Mason more expensive than Trent Brown? That makes no sense. So you'd be paying 27 million. We'd be paying over half our cap space just to replace 2 players on the offensive line. Whereas we could try to go Ryan Kelly, maybe. But I don't want to shift people around too much. We could replace Jonah. We could bring back Jonah Williams. He wants 3 years for 41 million. That rounds out to about, I don't know how much that would be. It's about 13 million, 14 million. So 14 million for Jonah Williams versus 13 million for Trent Brown. I think Trent Brown would be the better player here. I'd love to get Shaq Mason as well. I just don't think, I don't know if that's going to be possible to get them both. We're not in the market for any of these guys. We are in the market for defensive tackle, and Eric Holloway still wants 19 million over 2 years. I just don't think that's doable. One player I think I could look to take, if he's here and he's not, was Stephon Sheard. I guess he must have gotten re-signed. That kind of sucks. Arthur Love, we could bring him back to the team. Now, he's a pure run stopper. He does have some power moves, but this guy is really more of a nose tackle. Not really what I'm looking for. Justin Madubuike for 6 million. That could definitely be something we look to him to bring him back. Sheldon Rankins. Eddie Goldman from the Bears. I mean, to bring back Eric Holloway, 2-year deal, 19.1 million. That's the fair offer. So we're putting about close to 10 million a year in. I wasn't willing to do it before. Am I willing to do it now? I don't know. How much would just going 8 million a year, so 16 total, how much would that look like? 74. So that could get it done. And if he accepts for that price, I will take that in a heartbeat. That is a great deal. Get him for a steal. I mean, nobody else is bidding for him. So, right end, not looking at anybody here. Frank Clark available. Keenan Callahan, also available still. And it's kind of, to me, I either bring him back if I can, or I move Elijah Davis to linebacker. And to bring him back, I mean, again, would I offer him a $6 million deal here? There's probably no way he accepts that. Cornerback, if we wanted to replace Stephon Gilmore, I don't think we've got the money to do it. I mean, $11 million to Chidobe Awuzie. And that's really your best one. Byron Jones is up there, but he's old now. I just don't think any of these guys really... I don't think there's any reason to. Free safety. What is the most needed position on your team? Lineman right now, for sure. And that's why I'm trying not to really use too much money, because we really are hurting there. See, I don't think Eddie Jackson's worth getting rid of, because none of these guys are just good enough to replace him. Strong safety. Ooh, John Johnson the third. We'd have to pay a lot, though. So there is an upgrade to Keanu Neal. But the problem is, you're talking about... It's about the same price. You just have to eat dead cap. I don't know that that would end up being worth it either. And then punter, Byron Robinson is still the best one. So I think we're really looking to go to the draft with punter. See what we can get there. Rangi Cooper is probably who I'll look for. We could bring back Byron Robinson for a little under $2 million a year. I tell you what, if he accepts a non-guaranteed contract worth basically the minimum, I'll bring him back. At 15 points, there's no way. What if I do 2 years? 35 points. What if I go up to $1 million? Yeah, there's no way. And I'm not going to offer him... I'll do 1.5. Yeah. No way. I mean, I guess we could give him the offer, and then if he chooses to accept it, he chooses to. I don't think he will, though. I don't think they'll accept it unless it's in the yellow, from my experience. But yeah, our biggest position group need is offensive line right now. Yeah, at red, there's just no way. Let me... 2 years? Would that get it to orange? Okay, orange, maybe. So our options are for left tackle, Jonah Williams, bring him back. It'd be about, how much per year? 14. So it'd be about 14 million per year. We could look to go for Trent Brown, where we'd have to really break the bank with 13 million. So let's throw him the baseline offer out of 13 million, mostly guaranteed, and see what happens here. That puts us 13th. So we're going to have to really scrap our way into that group. This coffee's getting cold. Taylor Moton, another option. Not bad. I don't think he's bad. So true overall is 81 right now. Definitely more of, he would be good left tackle. He'd be good left tackle. Taylor Moton might be the efficient thing here, but the problem is as well, if you're saving money, you better be spending it somewhere else. So let's say we wanted to go for both Shaq Mason and Trent Brown. So that puts us in the top 3. We'd have 9 million to play with here. So let's get Trent Brown up a little bit. 97, that gets us to 8th. Let's go up to this much. 99, that gets us in a 2nd. And let's go up to 14.2 million. That'll put us first place by a little bit. That would leave us 7.68, in which, you know, we'd put a little more into Shaq Mason. So this probably would end up giving us a better offensive line than last year, which is really good. So that would be first place on those two guys. We'd have 7 million left. We need to re-sign we need to sign a quarterback, but obviously I'm not signing any of these guys because they're all a little expensive. I can't. I'll throw an offer out to one of these guys. Let's see, Braxton Berry, 98 throw power. Sheesh. Yeah, I don't think that really fits what I'm looking for. Jace Thanis, 96 throw power, another strong arm guy that can't throw it deep. Interesting. Derek Flax, probably not. Alex Landry. Damn, hands are freezing. Alex Landry's probably the guy I'd be looking for as a backup quarterback. I mean, we look at him, 85 throw power, weak arm, decent accuracies, more of a game manager if he comes in. Interesting. Thought you'd have better offers here, or better players. Let's throw a 1-year deal to Alex Landry. Thanks. Got gloves. Oh, thanks. Got a jacket. Let's throw a 1-year offer to Alex Landry. I don't want any of it to be guaranteed. How much would that put him down to? 25 points. How about I guarantee a quarter of it? 45. Okay, so, I mean, that at least gets us in the race for a quarterback. Again, I don't think we need running back. I don't think we need fullback. This would mean no wide receiver. So we'd either be running it back with Dante Pettis or maybe Parker Sampson, but even he would cost... He'd cost about 4.5 million a year. Again, he's more of a deep threat guy. We do have a physical receiver in Sean Stevens. Really, we do lack that deep threat. Whereas Anthony Curtis has that deep threat ability. He just can't run a deep route. And he'd cost more like 5 million a year. Well, nobody has an offer on them, so let's keep an open mind on them. I'll let y'all decide if we should keep Dante Pettis or go for one of these other guys. There is that wide receiver in the draft I'm looking at. The problem is he's projected number 9. We picked number 32. So, not sure about that one. I do want to try to guarantee Shaq Mason and Trent Brown. So let's go up just a little bit. And this is going to cost a lot. 15 million for a guard. I just don't know that I can justify that. But, I mean, these are big needs for us. Of course, we do have Colin Childress that we could play at guard as well. So it might be like we overpay for Trent Brown, but we don't go for Shaq Mason. That would be Trent Brown on the left. That'd be Mitchell Flaherty, left guard. Center would be Frank Ragnow. Right guard would be Colin Childress. And right tackle would be forgetting his name. But James Lincoln. So let's say we get rid of this offer. Our cap room that is available would go from almost 5 mil to 20 mil. That would be enough to comfortably sign the wide receiver. So let's throw an offer out, for example, to... do we want the deep threat more, or... Anthony Curtis is more well-rounded, but he can't run a deep route. Parker Sampson is really just a deep threat. I really don't know on this one. Like, he runs a better deep route by far, has a little better release. He's really, really fast. 95 speed, 95 acceleration. So he's a burner. You would be throwing deep routes to him. The problem is that's all you'd be throwing to him because he can't run a short or a medium route. That's not bad, though. I think that's a guy you could get for maybe 2 years on a pretty cheap contract. So let's throw an offer out to him. Let's give him $3 million a year. I mean, nobody's bidding for him. So we can give him 66% non-guaranteed, or 33% guaranteed, I suppose. That puts him at 50 points. I have to run to work for a few hours. I'll watch the VOD later. Good luck. Thanks for everyone subbing. Let's go get to 100 subs. We are close. We're at, what, 96 now? Thank you so much for being with us, Eggy. I know that's going to bring Heaven's Angle as well. Oh, Eggy, you got a subscription too. Yeah, Eggy does an awesome Minecraft series. He's been a little bit busy with work, but he's going to continue that soon from what I've heard. His Minecraft series is really cool. One of the most creative guys I've seen when it comes to building that kind of stuff. Really, really worth the sub. We do a lot of crossover things as well. He's got a lot of, like, VOD footage on his channel from just streams we've done. So, really fun. Good to have you stop by, and hope you have a good day of work, man. I'll talk to you later. Probably play with them tonight, of course. Quandre Spriggs, also a deep threat. Not as fast, though. If I'm going to go with the deep threat, I'm going to go with Parker Sampson because he can run that deep route. So, I mean, we could sign both him and Anthony Curtis. Curtis, again, I just don't want to pay too... I don't want to go for too long of a contract. 74 points. So, Anthony Curtis we could get for... 2 years. Oh, it actually shows you team prestige plays into bids. I didn't realize there were more things than just the money in this game. That's kind of cool. So we're giving him 13 million across 2 years, so a little over 6 million a year. But the guy can't run a deep route. It's a limited skill set, I will say. He's a better player than Parker Sampson. Man, this is brutal. I really just don't know. And then Shaq Mason, I mean, to re-sign him, 64 points, but that's obviously not going to get it done. Our other option would be Andres Pete, which we could get, so he'd be more of the cheap option. Maybe not as good as Shaq Mason, but still a really good player. And let's see what it would cost to get into that battle. So this would be, we'd bring in 2 wide receivers. We already have Dante Pettis. Obviously here would be cutting Dante Pettis. But we'd already have lost out on Shaq Mason, so I don't know if that would be worth it. We'd have 2 wide receivers to bring in. We'd have 4 wide receivers in the room. No longer would drafting Maverick Barnes make sense, is the problem with that. And I really, really want to draft Maverick Barnes, but that's kind of what you go through here, is that you get free agency before the draft, so you're kind of just screwed on that. Shaq Mason, 84, 83, 80. Andres P, 80, 77, 76. So, I mean, he's just a worse player overall, but he's still really good. He's still solid. What are we thinking here? Trent Brown, I want to be in the race for. I think he's one of those types of tackles that can really change your team. We haven't had a tackle quite like him. The options are Shaq Mason, Andres Pete, or we stick with our backup center and have him move to guard. And then we've got 2 wide receivers we've currently got offers for. But do we stick around with that? So we've got the quarterback. We're going to keep the bid in for him and the punter. Probably won't get either of them, and I'm fine with that. Keenan Callahan, we're keeping this cheap offer for. I don't want to spend too much for him. So it's really, do we want Parker Sampson or Anthony Curtis or either of them at all? Eric Holloway, obviously, I'm keeping him. And Trent Brown, I think I want to upgrade just a little bit more on him. I do not want to lose out on this guy. So 103 points, that's pretty good. Is there like a poll? Can I do a poll thing? Got a hair on my board. Okay. All right, here are all the things I'm gonna put in. So 1 second. Is that a question? Oh. Okay. Putting the link in chat. If anybody wants to visit that poll, we'll see which one we do here. Of course, right now Parker Sampson's in the orange. If he accepted for that contract, that might not be bad, but I think I'd have to put a little more in. Anthony Curtis is in the green. So you look at this, we're talking $7 million more. So $3.5 million more of a cap hit this year for the better player. Will we use that $3.5 million? That's also a good question. Of course, we'll have to upgrade his contract a little bit, but wow, we are split perfectly. So I don't know if I can share this. It's like 3 votes. How do I do this? It's the first time I've ever done something like this. Let's do this. Is this not going to display one? There we go. What? There we go. Okay. Poll count. Polecat, if you're a Valorant fan. We got 3 votes, all split between sign both wide receivers, go for the cheaper guard, sign both wide receivers, slide back up center to guard, and sign 1 wide receiver, go for cheaper guard. I guess the question is then, between these 3, what do I want to do? So nobody thought we should go for Shaq Mason. So that's pretty telling, and I agree with that. I don't want to go for Shaq Mason either. I think he's too expensive. Alright, well, now we're back to the question then. So no Shaq Mason. That means Andres Pete is who we'd be going for. Let's go ahead and throw him an offer so he's at least in our list here. Then we can think about it. So Andres Pete, if the fair offer, what does that put me with other teams? Puts me second. Let's get him up to at least first. Okay, so that puts us first. Remember that we might not get all these people as well. So Andres Pete, Anthony Curtis, and Parker Sampson. So I know we had one vote for sign both the wide receivers if we can, and go for Andres Pete. In that situation, we'd let go of Dante Pettis and try to fill out our roster in other places. There'd just be no point. We had one vote that was, what was the other vote? How old are you? 24. I'm pretty old. Old man. So we had one vote that said sign one wide receiver and go for the cheaper guard. And then we had one that said sign both wide receivers and slide the backup center to guard. So the question is, what could we do with that money? If anybody has any advice for what we could do with the money, I'm all ears. I think my thing is I just don't know that it improves us enough anywhere else if we only sign one receiver, or if we sign both the receivers. So we could let go of Dante Pettis. Running back, we don't need to improve on. Quarterback, we'll get a backup, but I'm not worried about that just yet. Tight end, we're already pretty good. We'd improve a lot at wide receiver if we sign both of them. And then as far as tackle goes, we get better if we got the tackle. We have to keep that in mind. We might not get him. And we get better. Right guard would be fine. We don't have necessarily good backups. Maybe that's the one thing. Tight end we'd be good on. So I guess with that kind of money, we could maybe go for a better cornerback. But is there a cornerback worth breaking the bank for? I'm not sure. Linebacker, I think we're pretty solid. Defensive tackles where we're hurting, so maybe that's where we'd spend the money. Okay. I see the vision with that, and it's interesting. Is Colin Childers too good to be sitting on the bench is really the question we have to ask ourselves here. So let's say we get out of the Andres Pete battle. And are we sold on Parker Sampson and Anthony Curtis both is a question. So let's get Parker Sampson up to enough to accept, or like where he would accept. So 52, that gets us to the yellow. So 6.1 million. I would so easily drop that money on him. I think that's really, really worth it. Even if you don't end up using him well, that's not too much money to worry about. Anthony Curtis, I don't know that we'd end up using him that much is the problem. I just don't know. This is a tough one. This is a tough one. If we lose out... Oh, so 16 million with this right here. I think this is where I'm kind of sitting, is we slide Colin Childress to guard, sign backups for everyone. We have Trent Brown as our star tackle. We sign Eric Holloway if we can, obviously. We try to bring in Parker Sampson. Maybe still look to target Maverick Barnes in the draft and get rid of Dante Pettis, potentially. Keenan Callahan if we can for that linebacker spot. So I hope y'all are okay. If you voted for the other, I apologize. I think this is how I'm going to go. I just don't want to spend that much money on Andres Pete, knowing he's not that much of an improvement over our backup center. And then at wide receiver, I just don't know if I'd use Anthony Curtis enough. He is 25 years old, so he has some upside. But I just don't know if I can really justify that. We could bring back Stephon Tuitt, but that's too much money for that. I think I'd prefer to bring in... we've got down here somebody that was really actually pretty solid, and I know we're going pretty far down here, so you might be thinking, how can he be that good? Keep going down. Brian Bell, 70 overall. He's got an offer. Who the heck's offering Brian Bell? Look at all these people that don't have... Oh, there's one offer. Look at all these guys that don't have offers, and you get down here to Brian Bell, who's on my team. Clearly, the Seahawks were scouting the Flyers because they saw how good he was. 2.5 million. I did not want to spend 2.5 million on this guy. I guarantee you, this doesn't even get close to getting it done now. 46 points, yeah. He's gone. I did not see that coming. Wow. So what I liked about Brian Bell was his strength, okay, wasn't great, but his power moves were really good. And his block shedding wasn't the worst. Could we find someone with similar power moves? I don't think so. Not going to be that guy. Nobody down here is probably going to be it. Power rusher here, Justin McDougal, 83. But his block shedding's terrible. That's what was so good about Brian Bell, was his block shedding wasn't bad either. Oh man, that really hampers what I was thinking of doing here. Kasim Wakefield. If you want just a straight up defensive tackle that stops the run, that's a star, then he's there, but I don't think that's really a player I'm interested in getting. And the problem is most of these guys aren't good power rushers. Larry Ogunjobi would be a good pick, but he costs $4 million, and I don't want to spend $4 million. Wow, that's really not expected. Deshaun Shepard, 85. Oh. Would I want to drop $4 million on this guy? I think so. Now, he has no offers, so could we lowball him a little bit? 79 points. That's enough to get it in the green. That leaves us 12.7 million, so maybe we look to get a few more tackles here. So we're breaking the bank on our one defensive tackle. We don't have many other ones, though, is the problem. When did you start streaming? That's been about probably, let's see. I started Olympia and the Flyers franchise. Actually, Olympia before the Flyers franchise. I started my YouTube channel's old. It has a lot of old stuff on it, and you can find a lot of that. But my videos started like late 2019, early 2020, I want to say. Did my first little bit of really streaming with these series in 2020. I've streamed a little bit on Twitch, but just didn't really seem to be a point. I wouldn't say I really do a lot of streaming. It's really just for this series in the off-season moments. Sheldon Rankins, by the way, could be a pretty decent player. I don't think I can throw that much money out there for him. So I wouldn't say really started streaming, but I mean I've been streaming since 2020 roughly, on and off for this series. Now we could spend $11 million on Chidobe Awuzie and really get a good bookend corner again. But I just don't know that that's worth it. John Johnson, there's no way. Okay, so Trent Brown, if we lose out on him, and I think because I'm a little worried about that, we're going to upgrade his offer just a little bit. That gets me a few more points higher. I think I'm feeling good about that. Eric Holloway, I think we'll get him as well. Parker Sampson, if I end up losing him, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Keenan Callahan, I'm not too worried about either. And then Deshaun Shepard we'd get. I think he's a good replacement for Brian Bell. We're going to get one run-stopping tackle as well, and he can just be a pure run-stop tackle. I know I found someone down here that was pretty good for it. Harrison Phillips wouldn't be bad. Danny Cameron. I want someone who's got really, really, really good block shedding and strength. So Caleb LeBlanc's not bad. Ashawn Robinson. No. Devon Gaucho. No, definitely not. Joe Espinosa. I think we looked at him, didn't we? No, we didn't. Yeah, he's terrible. Neville Gallimore. No. Trent Swift. A Swiftie? See, I want someone in the 90s strength and close to 90 block shedding, and I don't know that I'm going to find that down here is the problem. 92 strength, 74 block shedding. But he's got decent power rushing as well. This is a guy I wouldn't mind making an offer to. Could I get him non-guaranteed? Just for straight up $2 million a year. 49 points. If we can get that up just to 50, we can get him in the yellow, I think. Come on. What's the most I can lowball you? Not working out so far here. 2.5. give him 50,000 guaranteed. No, man, this guy's like not. Come on, man. Go up to a 50. What do I have to do to get this guy? You're telling me that 100,000 extra wouldn't be enough to get you up there? There you go, 51 points in the yellow. That leaves us 9.44 million. We won't just be completely thin at defensive tackle. For defense everywhere else, I think we're pretty good. Especially if Keenan Callahan comes back. Cornerbacks are one weak spot, but we can live with that. So that really would just mean that our weak spot is now line still. Again, we can try to bring in Andres Pete. We have the money for it. So I'll throw a competitive offer out there for him. Kind of just get my name in the mix. Second place, I'm not going to go more than that. If he accepts it, he accepts it. If not, we can look somewhere else. I think that's pretty good. So now if we look at negotiations, we might bring in 3 defensive tackles this rotation. That would be ideal. They're all good at different things. We might bring in a linebacker here. We might bring in a wide receiver. And then there's a chance we bring in Trent Brown and Andres Pete. How do we feel about that? 2.81 million. We'll have that gets us some good star power while still leaving us a little money to fill out the back end of the roster as well. I think we're going to go ahead and make our first move. What do we think? I am hitting the advanced week button in 5, 4, 3, 2. I guess there is a bit of a delay. I'm thinking I'm gonna do it. I'm about to lock in. I think this could end up being really good. I'm gonna advance. I'm gonna be right back, and so you'll get to see first how it goes. Texas Chick says go for it. Good enough for me. Be right back. Stuff in this little setup I got. Whoop, I'm back. Now we can see draft board. Yes, sir. We get the draft board now. It says retirements. Do we have more retirements? Oh, a kicker, Kare Vedvik retired. No, not Kare Vedvik. And Rob Havenstein. I'm so glad it popped up that screen again for the 2 free agents that weren't on teams. Eric Holloway's back. Andres Pete accepted, and we were the 2nd place team for him. Keenan Callahan accepted a yellow offer. What the hell was that? Sorry, something just fell in our background there. What was that? Our balcony just fell? 1 second. Our balcony just fell. Did you mind following the just the emergency line and just let them know that we are not involved?
Yeah, what would you call it? Straw?
Yeah. I'm sorry about that. Our balcony just fell down. That's a fun little bit for the stream there. Nothing like a good balcony falling. Trent Brown accepted. So while our balcony's falling, our team is just destroying these contract offers. That might be the best free agency signing I've had. Yeah, so we had a flood the other day in our apartment, and I guess there was more water damage on our balcony than they thought. They came out yesterday to fix it, and I guess their fix was to just let it completely fall. So the entire ceiling of the balcony just collapsed. Not really a problem right now, but wow, that is huge. That is probably the best I've ever had. Who do we still have negotiating? Parker Sampson, who still has no offers, by the way. Byron Robinson, no offers. Deshaun Shepard, no offers. And Devon Hamilton. So there's a good chance we still get all these guys. I don't see any offers for our trade offers for the guys we accepted. So nothing there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the draft board, or the draft board real quick. I'll show you my draft board. Do you live in Detroit? No. I live in Texas. I have both my series are about teams from Utah. I'm from Texas. Makes no sense. Oh, yeah.
I can't log into the portal.
We just have to call
I
the
can't.
number.
Okay, what's the number?
Just Google Dry Creek Ranch apartment.
I did. Emergency.
Just call it should
just
have.
The regular.
Just call the regular number and it'll give you an option.
Okay, sorry.
You'll need my phone anyway,
Sorry
though.
to interrupt.
Isn't that earpiece?
Oh.
Sorry. Great. I just revealed where my apartment is. Oops.
Beep beep beep. We'll go back and edit it before you.
Yeah.
Press it on.
Okay, so Alan Schefter is the #1 overall pick projected in this draft. Left tackle, blindside blocker, and we do have his combine results. He's #1 in every category, pretty much, just about. 20-yard shuttle, he's not. Bench press, he's actually 4th. But that's still really strong. 42 reps is still really strong for a tackle. Basically can't miss player here. If we could get Alan Schefter, if we didn't have Trent Brown, Alan Schefter would have been great. But again, we pick at number 32 after winning the Super Bowl, so there's no chance there. Jakari Butler was our #2 pick on the board, and you can see why. I mean, his combine pops off the charts here. 2nd in almost every category. Bench press, he's still pretty strong, but 3rd, so there's somebody stronger. 20 years old, though, early 1st rounder. Wow, that's a really, really good player. Tyler Davis. So he's from our Olympia series. He's a quarterback from Indiana, and he is unathletic as heck. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, you live in Texas too? Awesome. Hopefully not being too creepy, but what part of Texas do you live in? I mean, Texas is huge, so. Do I want to waste scouting points on Tyler Davis? Let's do it. So Tyler Davis, an early 1st round talent, A+ short accuracy, A mid accuracy, and A- awareness. So this guy might not have the strongest arm is the thing. Russell Perkins, wow, 8.5 combine report. These top players are all 8+ combine players. That's insane. They're all really, really good. I see a 9.5 down there, by the way, that I'm trying not to geek out about. Levi Brooks at 7.5. Dwayne Walker, 1st in every category. Late 1st rounder. What the heck? So 9.5 on the combine report. He's strong. He's stronger than Alan Schefter is. Wow, okay. I'm not sure how that turns out to be. I've never seen a 9.5 in this game. Turns out to a late 1st rounder. Maverick Barnes, 8.2. Look at that speed. So 6'5", physical receiver, A+ spec catch, A release, A- catch in traffic, and he runs a 4.34 40. And his 3 cone's not bad. He's got some agility. There's a reason I like Maverick Barnes. Omar Molina. He's got a good vertical jump. Ronnie Washburn, mid-second rounder. He's got a strong arm. Play action's good. A little more athletic than Tyler Davis. Chuck Dempsey. Okay. So real quick, I can also show my personal draft board. If I do this. Boom. Now, that might be hard to see. I hope y'all can see that. This is what I've got so far. We have... Now, it's not sorted correctly because Alan Schefter should be number 1. I don't know why it's not sorting by projected round. 1 early should be higher than 1 mid. But Alan Schefter is the number 1 player probably I want, with Maverick Barnes probably number 2. Chuck Dempsey would be really good. But again, we don't need tackle as much now. That'd be more for the future. So I think we'll be looking Maverick Barnes' way. Joshua Jimenez Carrillo. I don't know about him. Curtis Simpson, another guy that we could look to as a linebacker, but I don't think linebacker in the first round would end up being worth it unless we just stick at 32. Guard would be really good. Kai Allen is probably the other guy, so it's probably between, for me, Maverick Barnes and Kai Allen as my first round targets. And then we've got some good defensive tackles as well. Tiny Ted Cook, Sonny Shahan, Russell Perkins could be really, really freakish as an athlete. So this is kind of what I'm looking for here. It's a little out of date considering we haven't... turn off my display here. It's a little out of date considering we haven't seen yet the combine results. Now we have. So biggest needs you can see right now, defensive tackle. Let's go ahead and jaunt on over there. And Sonny Shahan, a 7.0 combine grade. That's really, really high. Malcolm Lewis, a run stopper with 6.7. He benches a lot and he runs fast, actually. Late second rounder. Could be a really good option. TJ Benson pops a little bit. Late third. Wow, and look at him. Vert jump, broad jump, 3-cone, agile. He's a speed rusher, though. That's a very interesting interior lineman trait. You don't see a lot of speed rushers. Hemi Savea is a high combine grade. Okay. Kind of just keeping my eye out for freakish athletes at this point. Don't know that I'm going to see anybody. Tony Shelby, 8.0. Now, he is 23 years old. But that's a pretty good player right there. Cornerback. I am kind of looking at cornerback now if it comes to it. Like, Champ Barnes would be really good. Russell Perkins would be fantastic. Take a look at Champ Barnes. He's really, really good. 4.31. That's incredible. Zaire Callahan is 7.3 on the combine. He's not the fastest, but he's agile and he's strong. So he could maybe be a good press player. So there's some options here. Free safety, any crazy athletes I haven't scouted? I've scouted most of the free safeties already. Derek Canary, let's take a look at him. Of course, he was a returner at Olympia. Late fourth rounder, but if we look at his top 3, he's got B- awareness, B- pursuit, and D catching. So that means he doesn't have a single defensive skill that's higher than a D grade versus other free safeties. But he runs a 4.26, which is probably fastest in this draft class, if I had to guess. His vert jump is 42, so he's a freak athlete, really good agility, can't do really anything else. We'll see where he goes. Strong safety, Kai Allen, really fast for a strong safety, really strong, good agility, kind of a can't-miss prospect in my eyes. And I don't think we're going to see anyone even come close to that kind of combine grade. Rangi Cooper with the 6.0 as a punter. Kind of interested to see what happens with him. 4.8, 40-yard dash. Really good vert. Really good bench press for a punter. He's an interesting player. We're not looking at any quarterbacks, although if there's like Justin Silvers, maybe. No. Running back. So running back's something we could consider, and if I see any crazy combine grades here, Kendrick Rhodes in the 5th round from Purdue. Not very fast though. I'm tired of getting running backs that aren't fast. Travis Benford, not fast. This is just a strong running back. J.J. Thomas, of course, we know he is fast. Mid-first rounder. I don't know if I'm going to draft J.J. Thomas just off of principle. Demetrius McCain. Alrighty. Anybody else here? Kirk Doherty. I'm not going to draft him. Knox McGee Sr. from UNLV. A power back could be interesting, but I really don't need a power back is the problem. Lion Parsons. I mean, there's just not a lot of fast running backs here. Montreal Payne, he's pretty fast. But, I mean, he's projected to go 2nd round. I don't think we're going to look his way. And Ryan Westergren is decently fast. What do the lineman prospects look like? Yeah, so those are really good. We've got some good top-end talent here. Schefter we've already looked at. Chuck Dempsey, a really good running tackle here. Run-blocking tackle. The problem with these offensive linemen is they're all projected pretty high, and I don't know that they're going to follow me. We could get Larry McCain, who I think would be a good backup left tackle here. He's got good pass blocking. Clearly must not be a very good run blocker, though. At guard, left guard, not really anything impressive here. Center, we've got some good prospects. So we've got 2 guys that are a little higher than their projection here. Daryl Silva and Gordon Bullocks. Ryan Cohen, really good center. So we could be looking to maybe get one of these guys to move him to guard, potentially. Tyler Neal, another good player. But again, he's projected pretty high, 20 years old. I just don't know if I see any of these guys dropping to us. So we'd have to trade up for him. But then Melosi Avois, pretty good run blocking tackle there. Really strong. Look at Melosi's reps. 46 bench press reps. That's really good. Jason Pierre, a really good pass blocking tackle. There's options there. There's options there. I don't know what we're going to look to do. At tight end, Tame Briers. I gotta just see on Tame Briers. A 3rd round prospect here. And he's a 3rd round talent. But he runs a 4.46. Doggone. Catching traffic, catching in short route. So Tame Briers, a really good receiving threat here. A little bigger than your average wide receiver, but he plays more like a wide receiver. You might line him up outside occasionally. Good to know. At wide receiver, any guys that pop off? Terrell Fender at 8.3. But he runs a 4.52, so I don't know that I just want a really strong guy that's slow. 4.53, but he's got good bench press. That's just not what I'm looking for. Alex Harrell. Undrafted. Oh, okay. So I do feel like the combine grade seems to favor the stronger players. So we got all these contracts accepted. Let's get them all out of the way. I don't know that I see Atari Mason having been... Yeah, he's still on the trade block. Dante, I don't think anybody's going to take on however much his contract is. Nobody's taking on $9 million for an 82 overall is the problem with Dante Pettis, or 84 overall. So we could still release him and get $6 million back if we think it's going to be worth it. At this point, this is what our wide receiver room looks like. Murdoch, Stevens, Porter. Still looking to trade away those guys. Alright. So we've still got 2.8 million. We've still got guys that we are negotiating with. I think I want to keep these guys in yellow. Trying to see, we might have maintenance guys coming. Not sure how quickly they'll get here since our ceiling did collapse. I hope I don't have to stop the stream for a brief minute, but if I do, of course, I might have to. So, I mean, at this point, we could look to a cornerback for $2 million, but I don't know who we're going to find that really fits that. I think what would be better is finding backup linemen. We've got a backup left guard. We've got a backup right tackle. We've got a backup center. We don't have a backup right guard, and we don't have a backup left tackle. And I think I'd like to get a pure pass blocker. Taylor Decker, for example. It's not bad. And he cost $2 million. I mean, Virgil Frost. Those are pretty low ratings. Brady Bennett would be overpaying, obviously, to get a good blindside tackle here. And I don't think I can afford to pay that much for that good of a backup, unfortunately. So, I mean, I might be looking at... Let's see if there's any pass blockers at right tackle that we can move over. No, not really. We do have Jimmy Shelton as a backup. Virgil Frost could be a good backup. I think I'd prefer to get an interior backup here. These guys all cost too much. Drew Forbes. No, not a very balanced player there. German Ifedi. Not sure if I said that right. Strength, could be a little better. We could bring back Graham Glasgow. I think he's a really balanced player. Maybe Graham Glasgow is the guy they look for. Just throw him a really low ball offer here. 1.6 million. Might be enough for him to accept. I think that's enough. Let's go to the second round, or the third round of free agency here. I just realized I haven't had music playing this whole time, but I hope that's okay. Martin Weston is back from injury. Nice. So Shepard accepts. Hamilton accepts. Byron Robinson accepts. So I still think I might look to get punter in the draft just because our punter situation was awful last year. We still have Parker Sampson, but now he's looking at an offer from the Giants that we probably can't match. So maybe we waited around a little too long on him. Curtis is still available, but he's going to be gone too. So to contend for Parker Sampson, I don't know that we're going to have the money to do it on a one-year deal. So we break the bank here. It's going to have to be a multi-year deal if we want to even try to contend with them. That's 86 points. That doesn't get it done. So let's say if we wanted to go to a 2-year deal. 82 points. I just don't know that that ends up being worth it. So, I mean, we're kind of missing out on these wide receivers a little bit, but we could get rid of Dante Pettis and then go for Parker Sampson. Oh, man, that's really tough, though. That's really, really tough. Raekwon Daniels. I mean, are we going to find anybody that's 95 speed is the problem? 95 speed, 95 acceleration. That's hard to come by. And a lot of these guys all have offers already. Colin Gregg, a more well-rounded player that can run deep. Could be someone we look to. Also, do we have any trade offers? We don't. So we still don't have any trade offers. I might go to the final one and then do a manual trade if nobody's sent me a trade offer yet. We have more scouting to do. Now we can look at wide receiver a little bit more, I think, considering we don't really have any good options there. Molina. See, I want someone that's around 4.35 speed. Are we going to find that guy? 4.42 physical? That's not bad. Terrell Fender, no, again, he was the... No. Lucas Lowe, no. Percy Carroll? No, he's slow for a deep threat, though. Cash Gallagher. Good vert jump and good broad jump. But no, I don't think he's great either. Dylan Rowe. Just not seeing anybody that really jumps off the page here to me. 4-3-1, a physical wide receiver. Okay, now we see someone. Texas Southern. A physical receiver with 4.31 speed. That is blinding. Late third, so he's a bit of a reach in the mid where he's projected, but that's an interesting player. DeAndre Tarrant, JP Hawley. These are all slow receivers, man. Just slow. David Mason. Otis Osgood. Slow. Slow. Not slow necessarily, but that's slow. I don't think we're going to find a guy here that really fits that archetype at all. This is kind of getting a bit rough because I just don't know. Kurt Batch. That's a really high. 6'8". No. Really fooled me with that combine grade there. Any really strong guards here? Bradley Hanna. 35 reps though. Something to consider. Anybody leaping off the page to us? Not really. Again, we don't really need any of these edge rushers either. We got Vaznevi. Interesting, but I just don't think him or Victor are really the guy to go for here. A defensive tackle. Nick Larson, maybe? Early 5th. Woof! That's a reach and a half. 6.8. Don't know if we're missing out on anybody is the problem. I think what you see is what you get when it comes to the projection here. The top end guys are all really good, and then after that, maybe not so much. Mike linebacker, we've already checked all this. Cornerback, I don't think we're really going to find anybody that we need. We've already got good depth. We need more good up front. Free safety. Sydney Suttle. Could be worth looking into here. A hybrid safety. Late 7th. It's interesting. And then I see a 6.8. Let's take a look at him. Terrell Calhoun. Mid 7th. Alright. I think, is this our last ability to sign free agents? Or, yeah, I think so. So, really, at this point, it's do we want the wide receiver or not? We have 5.27 million. Parker Sampson, that's really, really fast speed. We're going to have to overpay for him a bit because I don't want to spend more than 2 million or 2 years on him. I guess what I'll do is this. Get a little bit closer. 5 million. That's well more than I want to spend on him. That puts me first. I don't want to spend that much. Can I get my guaranteed money down so I can get out from under that? Whoa, that killed it. That killed the deal right there. Sheesh. 87. Would I be okay with 4.75 million per year? A little over 33% of it guaranteed? I think so. I think so. If he accepts that over the Giants, then we'll take that. Otherwise, maybe we look to someone else. And we're just okay with it. There's Donald Gillett down here from Olympia. Might look his way. Andy Isabella. Still pretty fast. Still pretty fast. We could definitely look Andy Isabella's way. Chris Gardner. There's options. There's options. Let's go ahead and submit this, and then we'll take it to the next round and see what we get there. I don't know if we can do free agency on this round. I think we can. No, we can't. Parker Sampson accepts. Oh, man. Okay. So, no more free agents. Nobody wanted to trade for Atari Mason. Let's take a look at quarterbacks real quick. I do want to trade Atari Mason for the sake of just getting him a chance to play somewhere else. The Bears are not an option. The Bengals maybe as a backup. The Bills maybe as a backup. I mean, they already have a lot of quarterbacks. I don't want to trade him to the Broncos. Where would he start anywhere? The Colts just drafted a kid. I don't want to trade him there. The 49ers. See, the problem is I think all these teams are going to draft. Maybe the Jaguars, because I don't think they'll draft, and then that means they can have him sit behind. The Jaguars could be a good one. The Panthers, Patriots. Vikings, or the Titans. Yeah, let's just see who has quarterback as a top need. The Broncos, who have Drew Lock? No. The Colts? No. The Falcons? No. The Niners, I think, are a team that I'm considering because I think Jimmy G... That'd be a good one. I think the Jaguars, though, are who I'm really thinking. So let's try to trade him into the Jaguars. Now, there is interest. Do you have... I don't know that about a 4th-round pick. I'm thinking a 5th and a 6th. Do you have a 5 and a 6 in you for him? They do. Atari Mason has been traded. It means Alex Landry's the new backup. At running back, I think we just stick with everybody we got here. Hugh Porter's the next one I want to trade, and then Dante Pettis will probably look to either cut or keep depending on the draft here. I do still want to try to get... what's his name? Okay. Yep, I'm thinking we just try to trade Hugh Porter to whoever needs wide receiver room. Now, he's a 75 overall, so where would he start? The Browns, for sure. That's a really good option. I don't want to trade him in division if there's in conference if there's another option. I think the Browns. I'm definitely not trading him to the Packers. Okay. I would like a 6th-round pick for him. That might even be too much. I might give up a 7th. So a 7th and Hugh Porter for a 6th. How do we feel about that, Browns? So we're basically trading up with a 7th. We're basically trading up with Hugh Porter. Okay, deal's been done. So that's it. That is it. Let's do some final scouting, and then we're jumping into the draft. And it's already been how long now? 2 hours. 2 hours, and we haven't even hit the draft yet. We're gonna have to speed this up a little bit, but I do want to take my time on the draft because I think this is gonna be insane. I just haven't seen anybody at wide receiver that really intrigues me outside of the guy I'm already looking at. I don't know that I really have any other places to spend these points because I've already seen this draft. You know, I've already seen the players in this draft, and I don't think there's really much else to look to. Maybe if we can find a 300-pound Or, yeah, 300-pound guy, Levi Brooks. Early first. Block shedding, pursuit, and hit power, so he'd be really good. Amari Stoutmeyer. Could be someone to look to as a defensive tackle. Antoine Nobles, not super strong. That's the thing, is I want someone who's strong. Dave Milner. Doesn't fit that mold. Tony Johnson. Not really. Taron Anderson. Could be an option. Aaron Charleston. Not really. And then one more player. Mac Calloway. No. That's it. We are headed to the draft. Let's look at the free agency recap. League signings. Ezekiel Elliott stays with the Cowboys. Dalvin Cook is headed to Miami. He's taking his talents to South Beach. Aaron Jones is out of our division. Thank you. He goes to the Chiefs. That's going to make the Chiefs offense just that much better. Evan Ingram's coming to our division, though, so we get to play against him twice a year at least. Oh, and Kyler Garrett has now one of the best tight ends in the league. He's throwing to. Travis Kelce's going to the Jaguars. Marlon back to the Raiders. Lawrence to the Rams. Okay, John Johnson to the Patriots. Jonah Williams got so much money to go to the Falcons. That's crazy. They better get a quarterback to put behind that line then. Because otherwise, what a waste. Chidobe Awuzie got a little bit of money to go to the Patriots. So the Patriots get some really good secondary players. Tony Pollard staying with the Falcons. Stephon Tuitt to the Jaguars. Shaq Mason to the Rams. Kareem Hunt to the 49ers. So far, the Packers really haven't made any moves. Or the Vikings. Howell to the Patriots. Artie Slaughter to the Bengals. Shaq Griffin to the Bengals. Eddie Goldman. Man, where's the nearest signing that's not a Bears signing? Wow, Tyler Lockett to the Chiefs. Taylor Moton to the Chiefs. The Chiefs might be one of the favorites. Okay, Calvin Ridley's going to the Vikings. Not sure how much that moves the needle, though, for him. Matthew Beard to the Saints. Sternberger's out of here. Goddard, Quincy, Hughes. Quandre Spiggs to the Steelers. Niles Freeman to the Vikings, so they get another good tackle. That's good for them. Oh, and I think the maintenance guys are here. I'll have to keep it a little quiet. No Packer signings. Alright.
Hopefully he's gonna be back soon.
That's fine. Packers made no moves. I am going to kick things off. Here we go. Now, the Panthers have the #1 pick in the NFL draft. You have to think they're going to go for the Alan Schefter here. Let's take a look at their needs. Right tackle is one of their needs. If it makes more sense for him to be there, we'll move him. We're not trading for this pick, though. There is no way. See what it'd take to even trade that 1-to-1. All right, everyone, we're back. It is fully in swing now. We are good. Let me save over Hollister here. Let's kick it off. We are not trading this pick. We are letting this pick go through. I mean, you saw how much it'd be just to trade up from 32 to 1. It'd be insurmountable. Somebody else could do it, but in this game, of course, they don't make draft day trades. So, first pick in the draft, I don't think anybody will be surprised if the Panthers go with Ja'Cory Butler. So he leaps from 2 to 1, and Alan Schefter falls to 2. Ja'Cory Butler goes first overall to the Carolina Panthers, a 20-year-old man who is very, very, very talented. All right. That goes to #2 for the Broncos. Now, the Broncos, is there a way we can see what they need? I wish there was an easier way to do this than going to the trade menu. The Broncos, they need a quarterback. Tyler Davis should be the pick here. If we look at their quarterback, Tyler Davis probably can start day one for him over Drew Lock. They really need a QB of the future. It says fullback. Fudge. Nobody needs a fullback in today's day and age, really. Says left guard, but Dalton Reisner is not bad. They need a left tackle more than anything. Alan Schefter could be the pick here as well, though. So that's the problem, right? Is that they need a quarterback, but they also need a line to block for that quarterback, and either one right here could be the guy. Looking at the draft board, it's one of those two. With the number 2 pick in the draft for Season 6, Alan Schefter is a Bronco, and he is 81 overall. That's going to be a good player when we check him out. So Alan Schefter goes to the Broncos. They are sticking with Drew Lock unless someone else falls to them in the draft. So that's interesting. That is interesting. He's going to be blocking for Drew Lock. The Packers, and of course we will not be trading with the Packers. We have a no division trades rule here in this dynasty, unless, I mean, it would just really not matter. The Packers need left end, running back. They've got their QB. Let's see, left end. They do need left end. And they did lose Aaron Jones. So they definitely could be in the market for a running back, but that'd be a big reach. I think we're going to see the Packers try to go for an edge rusher here. Right now, Levi Brooks is who I would imagine is their target. Shouldn't be Tyler Davis, and it shouldn't be Russell Perkins. They have Jair Alexander. With the number 3 pick in the draft, Russell Perkins is a Packer. Russell Perkins the Pecker. Russell Perkins picked a whatever. All right, so the Packers. Who do they have at quarterback? Cornerback. Is he going to play? He will play. Okay. So Russell Perkins will play day 1 as a slot. Man, I am so cold. It's crazy. So Russell Perkins is gone, and now the Dolphins are picking. If we look at the draft board, Tyler Davis is still falling. He probably will fall here too, because I don't think the Dolphins, I think they still have Tua in this series. I don't think they'll go for him. We have 2 very good edge rushers, as well as Jason Pierre, a good tackle. This should be next up on the block. The Dolphins select Jason Pierre, tackle. And that means we have the Colts. Now the Colts just drafted the Heisman winner from Olympia, but they do still need tackle, or quarterback. They also need offensive line quite a bit. Let's look at their edge rush situation. Edge rush could be in play here as well to pair with DeForest Buckner. There's options. Let's see what they do. Dwayne Walker from Michigan goes. And Maverick Barnes is now inside the top 4 picks left. There is a good chance he goes with every next sim. We have Champ Barnes, Levi Brooks, and Tyler Davis. Levi Brooks is probably who I would think would go next. Let's see what the Chargers need. They do not need quarterback. They need guard, center, defensive tackle. Wide receiver is in play here. Wide receiver is very much in play here. Cornerback is probably not in play here. So we might have to trade with number 6 because they also have a really good defensive line. Right now, the pick would be Maverick Barnes, I'd have to think. And could we even trade up to this spot? Let's see how much they'd be asking for. I really, really want Maverick Barnes, but I just don't think it's going to be doable. Let me save real quick because I always worry that they're going to accept this trade straight up. You'd think the game would be smart enough, but you really never know with this stupid game. I hope I'm not shaking too much on camera. I'm like legitimately freezing here. And that's with a jacket and gloves on. That's insane. It would take another first-round pick and probably more. Do we want to give up 2 first-round picks and more to get a really good wide receiver? If they would accept this, would you trade this? 15 and 32 to move up to 6. What do we think? What do we think? I just don't know. I really, really like Maverick Barnes. But, you know, it's going to have to... I'm going to leave that up to y'all. Let me know if you think we should do that. Otherwise, I mean, we let it sim and then we see what happens. There's still... So keep in mind, the people I'm targeting currently, we got Maverick Barnes. Remember, he runs a 4.34. He's really strong. He's pretty agile for a guy that's 6'5", and he's physical. Okay. Champ Barnes, I don't think we really need cornerback. Could be an option, though. Other options in this first round are Chuck Dempsey, who's a really good run-blocking tackle. Joshua Jimenez Carrillo would be a bit of an overreach. Tyler Neal could be a really good guard. Probably the best guard in the draft at 20 years old. Cameron Woodson, a really good pass blocker and run blocker. We have Sonny Shahan, who we could get. Kai Allen towards the back of the first round as well at safety. I don't think we'd be upset if we got Kai Allen. Of course, we do have Keanu Neal, so it'd be a bit of a weird spot to put him in. But I'm gonna sim this pick if I don't see anybody saying we should go for the first. We should try to trade for it. That is 2 first-round picks. Now, neither of them are the caliber of that pick. Where is it? The Chargers. So I mean, the number 6 pick, I definitely feel like if we did that, we'd be fleecing them. But also, do we want to give up that much? That is still a lot to give up. I mean, if you think about it, we're probably going to be a playoff team next year. We'll probably be picking towards the back half of the draft. Definitely not 15. We'd probably be around 24 plus. So you're essentially giving up a second-round pick and a first-round pick to move up to 6. I think I'd make this trade if they're willing to accept it. I did not think they would accept that. And now I'm wondering if that's even fair. I don't think that's fair. Am I going to reload my save? I don't think that's fair. I mean, they're dropping 26 spots and they're picking up potentially a bad first round pick next year to do so. They need more than that. They move back 26 spots for a late, probably first round pick next year. I don't think I can justify that. I don't think yeah. I just don't think I can. Sorry. I need to give him more. I need to give him more. I really can't. That's way too much. I didn't expect them to accept it. I thought we'd be a little far away from it. Oh, my eye is bugging out here. Oh, I was scared for a second. It said no saves available. All right. So we know it's doable. So the question is, do we want to give up? I'd probably give up a little. I don't know, man. I mean, if I sim this, I just don't know. We still have two second round picks, 3 third round picks, a 4, 2 5s, 4 6s. Now, there's really nobody in the back half of this draft that I'm remotely interested in. That would also give us, if we got the wide receiver, that'd give us a bit of a logjam. We'd really have to figure out what to do because we have a lot of wide receivers now. And this is right in saying that line is still our biggest need and safety. So I want Kai Allen. If I get Maverick Barnes, can I still get Kai Allen? That's really the question I have. I think we're going to go for it. We know this is going to get accepted, so there's no drama here. I'm going to give up next year's first round pick. The Chargers don't need a wide receiver, so maybe I sim this, though. Do I give up so much? I think I do. I think I have to. We give up a first rounder next year, and I think we give up... I almost think a second round pick. Do we think moving back 26 spots for a late first next year, projected late first, and the back end of the second round would be worth it? Do we think that's fair? If we think that's fair, I'll make the trade. The deal is done. I'm impatient. With the number 6 pick in the NFL draft, the Salt Lake City Flyers, that have had some pretty good wide receivers, give a third. I should have waited. I think I can live with the second. A third probably, it might be a bit of an overpay, but I really just... That's still 26 spots in the first round in a really top-heavy draft. They better be getting capital, and at least now they're getting another pick this year, and it's still pretty good second round. I think it ends up being fair. A third probably would have been fair as well, but right now I think there's really nobody to get other than Maverick Barnes. There are some good offensive linemen we could get, but I want a dominant wide receiver. I want someone I can throw it to down the field. I'm doing it. Maverick Barnes. Now he's 15th in true talent, and we drafted him number 6. So he's a bit of a reach there. Okay, I didn't know he'd be that much of a reach. I kind of thought he'd be a little higher overall and mid first. What number does he have on? 7? That might be all right. I'm not sure. 95 speed, 95 acceleration. So we got Parker Sampson anyway. His route running is bad. Okay, so that's really his one weakness. You can see he's got 82 catching, 85 catching traffic, 90 spec catch, 87 release, 94 agility, 90 jumping, 92 change of direction. Good run blocking. But his route running sucks. Okay, so we drafted a really, really raw athlete here that can catch the ball. His catch radius is insane. His athleticism is off the charts. But his route running's terrible. I hope you think that was a good decision. We did trade up a little bit. We traded a little bit for that, but I think now we'll see where the cards fall. This should be Tyler Davis right here. I don't think he should slide much more. Please, Falcons, make the pick. Chuck Dempsey's going to the Atlanta. You gotta be kidding me. With every miss of Tyler Davis, I worry that someone that doesn't need him is gonna get him. The Eagles. And there goes Champ Barnes. So Maverick's twin brother, Champ, goes to the Eagles. The Jaguars, we did trade. Let's see if it still says they need him. Still says the Jaguars need a quarterback, but I don't think the Jags will go quarterback here. They do have Atari and Gardner Minshew. Be a big L if the Jaguars did go quarterback. They go Tyler Neal, who was a really good pick, I think. The Bengals. And I think Kai Allen's still safe. I'm going to want to trade up for him, but I think we're safe here at he's 15th in the projections. Bengals go Cameron Woodson. The Steelers go Levi Brooks. Wow, that is a steal. 79 overall there at pick number 11. What a steal. The Titans should not miss. Please go Tyler Davis. No, they go August King. The Seahawks, you have Darius McIntyre on your roster. Please. They go Sonny Shahan, and there goes the only other guy I was wanting to trade up for. All right. So that means Kai Allen's still well down here in terms of projection, down at number 11. Maybe if someone had strong safety really high up, they would. The Buccaneers. They don't need one. I'm not gonna, unless they're in the top 5, I'm not gonna consider it. The Jets may, but the Jets also could use quarterback. Let's sim this pick. They go Omar Molina, and that means sitting at number 10 is Kai Allen. A lot of wide receivers, a guard. I risk losing Kai Allen here if I don't trade up for him. And let's just see how much that would cost. So let me save again real quick. So we would be trading up quite a bit here. So from pick 15, you'd be dropping 32 spots. Trade up to get your top lineman prospect. That's an option too. Let me just real quickly see what trading up, because I think they also need a lot of linemen for the Jets, so it'd take quite a bit more to trade up for the Jets here. I think we might just have to let this one slide. Let's see what the top lineman prospects are as well. We do have really good linemen though. Top one, Morgan Griffin maybe. I think we still have some centers here. Ryan Cohen. And then pretty steep drop off before the next lineman here, which is Melosi Avwa. I think we have some good second round options that I'm interested in. I don't know that we necessarily have to trade up for them. Daryl Silva, a center down here at 73 in the projections. So I might. And if they take a lineman here, I'll really consider it. They take Morgan Griffin, so it's definitely something to keep in mind. Let's see what the 49ers are interested in. I think I could pull the strong safety and also still get... Oh, they need strong safety. They need strong safety badly. This is a guy I could play in the box. We could go big nickel with him. He'd be really, really good for that. Elijah Davis, we might slide to a linebacker role. What am I looking for? 49ers here. So 16 down to 47. 31 spots. Do we mortgage our future to get some of these top end players? This is a really, really good draft. I think we mortgage our future. So do you trade up for next year's second round pick? That means we wouldn't have a pick in the first 2 rounds. But remember, we just came off the Super Bowl. So and maybe we throw in our back half 6 here. Oh, what do we think? Do it? No! It's gonna take more than that. Oh, crap. Okay. Oh, man. Do we throw in a 3? Pick 96? That's a lot of draft capital, but we are moving up a ton still. Balcony gate. That's funny. Early 6th or 5th. Okay, let's try a 5th. 137. That might do it. Let's see. Nope. Not gonna do it. So we either trade away 119 or we... That might be too much. That might be too much, right? I mean, this is a really it's an early. Let's take a look at him while we think about trading maybe a fourth or a third. Just take a look at the prospect. So we do still have Keanu Neal, but he is old. Kai Allen is an early first-round talent, 21 years old, 217 pounds, so you could definitely still play him closer to the line in the box. Run support with A- hit power, B+ tackle, B pursuit. He's fast, he's strong, he's agile, and he's got good jump ability. Like, he's a really good prospect, but do we think that's too much? Do I risk losing him here? I'm either trading a fourth. I wouldn't go higher than a fourth, I think. You would go for him? Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's trade the fourth. The 49ers are fighting harder for this pick than the whoever I traded for the 6th round pick for, which is just crazy. Alright, now this is a lot of draft capital. You better win the Super Bowl again. That doesn't get it done. I don't think I can trade for that. I can't trade more than that. I mean, that might be... I don't blame them for being stingy with this pick. They're dropping 31 spots, but at the same time, can I trade more than that? I'd have no first or second round pick next year, and I'd also be trading away... I just don't think so. I think we're going to have to sim this one and then try to... We can't trade with the Vikings, so we'd be simming 2 picks, and he could easily go in that time. I guess one other thing we could do is package, maybe. So, because this game doesn't allow you to trade more than 3 picks, we could package for their 2nd round pick, or maybe... Do we trade a 3rd? Do we just trade a 3rd? I think it's going to have to be this pick 94. It's yellow. I think that gets it done. Oh, that's a lot, though. A 3rd and a 2nd to move up 31 spots. That's not that. That's a whole round, though. We're moving up a whole round. Don't do it. So sim 2 picks. I'm gonna be very upset, but I mean that is a lot of draft capital to lose. Now, the 49ers could look to go quarterback here. And there are good players. There's a lot of good wide receivers in front of them, but there's only quarterbacks. Yeah, I think you're right, though. Yeah, you're right. All right, well, let's do it then. They go wide receiver. They go wide receiver. That means the Vikings, who need a quarterback, surely... They need a strong safety as well. So, I mean, they definitely could still go him. But here's their quarterback situation. 73 overall Josh Kerchief, 28 years old. And then a bunch of 60s. Like, this team, there's no way they pass on the quarterback here. They've got an early first-round talent quarterback sitting at their fingertips. Early first-round talent, 22 years old. This guy sits at number 8. There's another quarterback in between them. We're not trading with them anyway, so we're going to sim. They go Tyler Davis. I don't know why I'm applauding. Our division rival just got a 76 overall 22-year-old quarterback that I'm going to have to play twice a year. But I think that means we can trade with the Cardinals, and we can get our guy. We really got lucky there. Wow. Cardinals... have Isaiah Simmons. Do I even risk another sim? This is tough because this game is wacky, and a team with Isaiah Simmons could very well still pick a strong safety. But they have Budda Baker and Isaiah Simmons. I can't see any reason that they'd want to trade, that they'd want to pick a strong safety here. Risk it? Okay. Well, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Oh, no, no. I mean, I was with you there. There was no way they should have picked him. There was no way. They just went BPA, really. I was with you, though. I didn't think they should have. So with him out of the way, we still have a free safety that's an early first-round talent. I don't think he's as much of a game changer as Kai Allen would have been, but still early first-round talent, and he's a really good zone cover safety. Bakari Williams, 440, so he's really fast. So it's not like safety. Yeah, he's a really good player down here at 16, so he's pretty far away from being picked. We also have a mid first-round talent tackle and a late first-round talent center. There's still options. I do think we missed out on a game changer, but there's still some really, really, really good options here. We have a good linebacker, but I'm just not in the market for a linebacker, I don't think. A zone coverage corner, early second. So right now we'd be simming down to... How many spots is that? 38 spots? Is that right? No, 28. The corner looks good. Yeah, we've got some really good top-end talent here. It's just a question of who are we going to trade up for, because I don't think right now, down 28 spots, I don't think we're seeing any of those guys. I think I want to trade. I want to sim a few more times, though. The center looks good. There's some options here. Denzel Waller goes. Wasn't really looking at him. Johnny Hill, the Mike linebacker. So there's still Ronnie Washburn, the quarterback. Skylar James, the quarterback. Some really good quarterbacks here. Dikembe Kelly. No, that'd be a big reach. So Ryan Cohen's in play. And we definitely could use another lineman. But then we would have 3 centers, so I don't know that I need a center right now. And I don't want to draft center that high. Ben Samuels, the Mike linebacker, is pretty good, but I also just don't need a run-stopping Mike linebacker. I mean, we're in the nickel most of the time anyway. Hank Sherman, we do need a defensive tackle. So defensive tackle is not the worst to look towards here. He is a late second, though. Yeah, let's take a look at defensive tackles. We have Tiny Ted Cook, who has 46 reps at defensive tackle. I mean, he's down here at second round. What is that? Late second round. So I think we could hold off on worrying about him. So right now it's either we trade up or we kind of just sit back and see what happens for a few times. Maybe try to trade up for the free safety. We do need a new free safety outside of Eddie Jackson. You can move the center's position if you need to. That's true. I've been trying to kind of limit that, but I do think center to guard's not so crazy. I mean, they're about the same size. I definitely wouldn't move them to tackle. But we could move them to guard and have them be the guard of the future, sort of. Or Colin Childress can move to guard. Well, there goes the center. I didn't expect him to go there. That's pretty early. 73 overall, that's pretty good. I don't know if that would have been good enough to trade more draft capital up for. The Cowboys, I think we're going to sit pat on them. They go to Dikembe Kelly. I'm trying to see. None of these guys, I haven't scouted any of them. Hank Sherman. Garrison's not bad. Garrison's really not bad. It's really Garrison or Bakari here. I don't know. I mean, Bakari's the better talent, obviously, and he's younger. But we do need linemen. They're down at 10 and 12. So what I say, we sim a few more picks and then we see if we want to maybe trade up for either one of those guys. Maybe we are not going to trade with the Bears, so it's either we trade with the Browns or we trade with like the Rams or something. So let's just see what happens here. Ben Samuels goes. There goes Zach Garrison. So I'd go Bakari if you get a chance. Yeah, and this is where I'm a little worried. So Bakari's a top 10 pick now, projected. He could go anytime. Do we trade up with the Browns? Let's see what they need. Obviously, we know that we can't trust this, but They need a strong safety. They've got Grant Delpit, so I don't see, and he's 27 years old. I can't see them going free safety. What about the Bears? The Bears have free safety in their top need, so I think it's either we trade up here with the Browns or we lose to a division rival. We lose Bakari Williams. I'm kind of with you on the get Bakari if we can here. Let's see what it'd take to get up with the Browns. Trade up, yeah. Yep. Totally with you. All right, so do we go with the trading up our next year's second as well? So we're trading the 47th this year, and we'd also be trading probably... This isn't our pick, so this is somebody else's pick that we have both years of. I don't know whose pick this is, honestly. Is this... Do we give up a second rounder next year to move up 22 spots? I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I think so too. Okay, deal's done. All right. Now, this could mean we trade Eddie Jackson. I think he's got a decently tradable contract. And, I mean, let's just take a look. So, Bakari Williams is probably the pick here. Well, let's do our due diligence. You know, you got to make sure. Zaire Callahan's good. Early second, but that's a whole round drop-off in talent. I'd love to get him if I could, but there's just no way that I'd lose out on Bakari. Carrillo is a late first. Really good player again, but we just don't need a linebacker. There's another good safety down here, but... I mean, there's just no way you pass on the talent, right? Bakari Williams is the pick. A- zone coverage, B hit power, B catching, 440-yard dash. Hidden talent. Okay, or hidden dev. Let's go. Let's go. Number 9 in true talent. 76 zone. 93 speed, 90 acceleration. So that's pretty darn good. 84 zone coverage. His tackling's a little weak to start. I'm gonna want that to get up because our run stopping has been our weakest skill. Pursuit's not the best. His man coverage I would like to be better. Maybe we could play him a little hybrid, but right now this guy projects as a really, really good cover 3, cover 2 free safety. He's actually 215 pounds. I don't think we can move him to strong safety just because I don't love his block. Well, it's not bad. We could see about maybe playing him at strong safety. I think free safety is really where he should be, though. That's a nice pick. And I think we just undercut the Bears to do so. The Bear goes Allen Pippin. So they go with a different secondary player. I definitely think they would have gone... I got to do something. Yeah, no worries. Feel free to step away. I'm probably going to still take my time going down this draft now. So... no worries if you can come back, and if you can't, then of course this will all be in a VOD, and I'll also do a recap video of it that's a little shorter, maybe like a 20-minute video, so no worries whatsoever. Right now, we're probably targeting maybe somebody like Melosi Avois, Daryl Silva, or Ted Cook or something, Taito Leato. Yeah, we got players to target, so... we next pick at 23. Let's start simming. Juan Sullivan, Tim Craig, Bobby Little, Sutton. Victor Kananalopoulos goes to the Buffalo Bills. And will his twin go with the 32nd pick, the last pick of the first round? Hank the Tank Sherman out of Minnesota goes to the Chargers. Okay. Panthers go Zaire Callahan, and he would have been a good player. 73 overall. The Broncos, Brian Greenwood, defensive tackle. And I'm going to start worrying about the next defensive tackle that goes. Jamal Davis, another good safety. Dave Milner. Vaznevi Kananalopoulos goes to the Colts. Kadarrell Allen goes to the Chargers. Wow, he was good. 72. Lucas Lowe to the Falcons. Ronnie Washburn still in play here. Cruz Carrillo still an option. Ryan Westergren, Zaire Bynes Alexander, and Montreal Payne still an option. We got Ted Cook down here a little bit. Malcolm Lewis. Melosi Avoa. Curtis Simpson, who I am not probably looking to pick up. Tevion Richardson. Could be a pretty good one. Larry McCain. I think we're just looking to sim for a bit here. There's really nobody I'm worried about too quickly. Taito Leato would be good, but also so would Tane Briers, Daryl Silva. Go down a little bit further. Some other really good players. Ken Schneider. I think we sim for a bit. Eagles go Cruz Carrillo, 74 overall. What a great pick. There goes Daniel Moore. Terrell Fender. Zaire Bynes Alexander is the first running back off the board. 74 overall to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Titans select Montreal Payne. It was maybe not the best running back in the draft. At 72 overall. The Seahawks select Ryan Westergren from BYU. All right, 68 overall. Maybe a bit of a reach there. And the Buccaneers select Tiny Ted Cook. I did not see that coming. To pair with Vita Vea. All right. Shoot. That really puts a bit of a lock on things here. Malcolm Lewis goes to the Browns next pick. And Melosi Avoa. So we would have had to trade up quite a bit. Well, unfortunately, we lost out on a tackle or an offensive tackle and several good defensive tackles there. Really kind of sucks, but good to have you back. Omari Stoutmire goes to the Vikings. Cash Gallagher goes to the Cardinals. We're kind of looking to see Tevion Richardson. I was looking to maybe consider him trading up for. He goes to the Giants. Isaiah Samuels. We're definitely not in the hunt for wide receiver anymore. Curtis Simpson from Olympia, maybe the best defensive player Olympia has ever had, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs to pair with John Schweiss. What position am I looking to get? Right now, offensive line or defensive line. And I'll show you kind of who I'm targeting here. Nobody at end. But we're looking at either Taito Leato. TJ Benson is interesting, or Hemi Savea. So these are two nose tackles and a defensive tackle. I want to run a lot of 4-3 under this year. So Taito and Hemi would be really, really good. Hemi's 23. Taito's 22, so about the same there. TJ Benson 21. So TJ Benson is a speed rusher, which is a little interesting at defensive tackle. I don't know how that works. Doing finesse moves from the inside. I think typically you want a power rusher inside, so it's a little bit interesting there. I do want a pass rusher defensive tackle. I wouldn't want just a pure run stopper, and that's kind of what Taito... Taito has B power moves, though, so he's really, really good. And then at offensive line, we got Ken Schneider. Not a bad option for a backup. Daryl Silva is a really, really good pass blocker. He is 23, but I think he projects as a really good center, like the future center for the team. Gordon Bullocks isn't bad. And then Larry McCain, but I don't think he's a career backup, it seems. A late third rounder. Top 5 stats, but the speed throws it off. Yeah, exactly. It's just weird. It's a weird player. B finesse, B pursuit, B minus tackle. So we know he's not the strongest, first of all. I mean, you look at his bench press, that's not good. 30 reps, 14th. That's not good. He doesn't have block shedding, so he might be terrible at stopping the run. But his finesse moves are insanely good. His pursuit's good. His tackling isn't bad. And he's fast. 484 for a defensive tackle that's 300 pounds. That's not bad. He's also pretty far down on the board, I think. So, for example, Taito is 28th projected. We're Whereas TJ is down here at 47. So we could really sit back on TJ, give it some time. Here's also a tight end that I've been interested in, Tane Briers. He's fast. He's kind of like wide receiver skill set. A little undersized, though. Don't know how good he'd be at blocking. So just someone to keep in mind. We don't really need tight end. We've got quite a bit of tight end depth already, and a really, really good tight end of the future, but something to consider. I think let's sim a little bit more. Okay. Bears take a tight end, so Tane Briers is the next tight end up, really. Don't use your next picks to get TJ, but I would try to trade up for TJ after your next pick. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. YM Parsons, running back goes. And Larry McCain goes, so he would have been a good backup left tackle. Carl Sims goes. Okay. So your top 10 still has Ronnie Washburn here. Skylar James. So we still have first-round quarterbacks that have fallen. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. Tony Shelby, an early third-round speed rusher, but we don't run a 3-4, so I don't know if that really fit my scheme too much. Tavares Wolford. We do have a 4-3-1 speed, physical wide receiver, which is kind of an interesting skill set. If I hadn't already gone wide receiver, I'd definitely be taking Tavares Wolford soon. But Taito's down here at 20, so we could sit back on Taito. Daryl Silva's down here at 23. Tane Briers down at 22. I'm thinking we sim. Do you think we can make it to 23? I think we could probably make it to 23 and have one of those guys available and just take whichever one it is. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start simming. And there goes Ronnie Washburn to the Panthers. The Panthers who had who? Or rather, whom? They did need quarterback because their starting quarterback was Teddy Bridgewater. So, Ronnie Washburn should get a chance to start early. You can move TJ to an end position. That's true. He is 300 pounds, so for a 4-3, but for a 4-3 under, he could play the end for sure. He could definitely play end in a 4-3 under if you bring down the linebacker. That's something to consider for sure. TJ actually could be decent. Tony Shelby. I'm going to keep simming. Frank Hayden. So now Tane Briers is the next tight end off the board for sure. Skylar James goes to the Dolphins. And I don't think they needed a quarterback. I think they still have Tua. That's probably the best backup quarterback you could draft, though. Yeah, so they just got to... They already had Rico Yasene, too. That just makes no sense. Sometimes the drafting in this game is just whack. Irvin Montgomery. Benny Holmes, another quarterback, goes to the Chargers. Tony Johnson. Right now, we're going to 23. We're not stopping the train. There goes Gordon Bullocks. So now Daryl Silva's the next guy off the board. Let's sim with the Titans. Take a look at the top 10. We have that fast wide receiver. Again, I don't think we need a wide receiver here. Taito is in the top 10. The question is, we don't have a nose tackle. We don't have a true nose tackle. If Taito goes, I'm not too worried about it because way down here, way down here, is Hemi Savea at 64. So I think we could still find a very solid nose tackle down in the back of the draft. Trevor Arnold goes. And there goes Daryl Silva to the Buccaneers. So we couldn't hang on for him. That kind of sucks. And there goes Taito Leato. Okay. So that means Hemi Savea's who we're looking at for nose tackle. And maybe TJ or Tane Briers here at 23. Percy Carroll. Tane Briers. Okay. 70 overall. That was pretty good. So we still have that wide receiver. that's interesting. Nick Larson here. He's an early 5th round talent, but he's got A- block shedding, B+ power moves, and B+ pursuit. So he's actually a really good run stopper and a good pass rusher. We haven't considered him at all, but he might be better than TJ Benson even. I know the talent level shows that they're about the same. One's a 4th round pick and one's a early 5th. Yeah, I think I could too. TJ is 21 and is a freak athlete. This is tough because I really do think that I know he shows as an early 5th here, but look at those skill set. B+ power moves, B+ pursuit, and A- block shedding. He's kind of a complete package at 22. Maybe we sim to 23 and then we pick. Oh, that was a bad pick. Jose Murray, 59 overall. Daniel Peterson. Wow. So 67 was not bad. I would not have felt bad drafting a early 5th round 67 overall player. 67 going to the football team here, not the Commanders in this series. Really early. And Tyler Carrington. All right. Now, here's the other thing, too. If we look at the draft board. So, Tavares Wilford here. I don't think we need another wide receiver. So, we could look to trade down for TJ Benson a little bit. We could trade maybe back a few spots and try to gain some capital back in next year's draft that we've traded out of a little bit. I think that might be the move. There is still a punter I want to get, Renge Cooper. But punter, who worries about punter this early? Trade back? Okay. Now the question is, how many picks can we trade back? $92. So 23 is 32, 64, 87. So this is what, trading back 5 picks to pick up a 5th round pick this year? Hmm. 112. So 5 picks versus 11 picks. How many picks do you think we wait before TJ Benson? So 11 picks is an option to pick up a 4th rounder next year. See, I think 112 is way too far back. 104 might even. 104 it would be what is it? 11 17, 5 to 9. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. That's going to be way too much. 89. So here's one we'd get 6th and 7th next year, which isn't great. So that would be how many picks back? We're what pick? 23, which is 64, 87. So 2 picks back for a 6th and a 7th round pick. So we're not really losing anything, but we also don't gain anything. Versus what was the pick? This one, no. Was it the Raiders pick here? Pick 98? Oh, no. The Texans. So we could either get a 5th round pick. We trade back 5 spots to get a 5th round pick this year. Or we trade with the Raiders 11 spots to get a 4th round pick next year. So I'm thinking it's either the Texans offer or the Raiders offer. Running halfway through this draft. Of course, the draft will go quicker here. Texans. Let's do it. There goes Tavares Wolford. Josh Ball. Deron Knight. Knox McGee, who I was interested in. And now I didn't realize we have 3 picks coming up here in the next 5 picks. That Flyers emblem comes up quite a bit. Ken Schneider, who would have been a good pick. So any more trade downs I'll do will be manual, just because that trade down thing is a little broken, and I'll probably sell myself short. TJ Vincent, he's a 15th projected pick going forward here, but I think he's good. There is a strong safety, Brandon Smith, who would be interesting. A+ hit power. Kind of one of those types of guys that just knocks the ball loose. Kind of like a Harrison Smith almost, I would say. Maybe I'm thinking what we do here is I want the punter because my punter last year was terrible. I know it might be a... Do we just draft all 3 of these guys and not even give it a chance in the 3rd round? I mean, there's gonna be that's gonna be reaching, but I like that strong safety. Yeah, it's interesting. They're right next to each other too, so either one. We could get one and then get the other as well. So we've got a free safety of the future. Let's do TJ Vincent first. I don't think you can pass on a freak like this. 69 overall, hidden development. And he's not bad. 68 run stopping. So his block shedding 73. Draft all 2 defensive tackles and the strong safety. Okay. That was a really good pick right there for TJ Vincent. Ty Driscoll. The punter might be a bit of a reach here. So Brandon Smith is the next one. 22 years old. He's not slow. 4.53 isn't slow. That's probably, what, 89 speed? That's definitely good. And he might get a little faster. We know he's run support. I think this is a good pick here. 70 overall. Normal dev. But he's a really good value pick for his spot. 70 run support. 69 hybrid. So he actually... I don't love his block shedding. And I do want his man coverage to get a little better. But 89 speed, that's right about exactly where I think I said. His zone coverage isn't the best. So right now, I'm seeing more of a special teams player that maybe we can craft into that guy. And there goes Will Sharp. So that safety might have gone right there, actually. That was a good pick. And that leaves way down here. I don't really have any desire for any of these other guys. Really, the last guys I'm interested in this draft right now are Rangi Cooper, the punter, and Hemi Savea, the nose tackle, down at 45. There's an early 4th left tackle, so maybe we could get a backup left tackle of the future. Or, not backup left tackle of the future, you don't say that. There's really not any good linemen left. I think we missed out on all the good linemen. Linebackers are pretty weak from this point forward. Yeah. So I think we've got a target list here of Rangi Cooper, Hemi Savea, and who was the other guy? Is that it? I think that's it. John Davis the 4th. Okay. Oh, yeah. Cortland Kemp. The question here is, do I really want to make this pick? I don't think we need to. My next pick would be 23rd, so we'd have to wait a whole round. So I guess there's a chance we lose our guy here. And the next one off the board is Rangi Cooper. I don't know if a punter is going to get drafted, though. Like that early. So we could try to wait on Rangi Cooper. Don't draft a punter yet. Yeah, I'm thinking 45 for Hemi Savea is way too low, too. I think it's worth waiting on this one. I really do. I'm not going to do a trade offer just because, well, I guess we could see what they got. If I think it's fair, I'll do it. So this is 32, 64, 96. So we go back 10 spots to pick up a 7th rounder next year. 13 spots to pick up a 7th rounder. We go back 2 spots to pick up a 7th rounder. Go back 1 spot to pick up a 7th rounder. That doesn't even make sense. Who's trading up one? I guess maybe if you had a guy and you were worried, I would take him. 96, that'd be 16 spots for a 7th rounder. Raiders, yeah. Just a 7th rounder doesn't move the needle for me, and these are all just 7th round picks, so I think at this point I just make the pick. I'm not gonna really bother with it, but giving a 7th rounder is worthless out of it. Let's just take the guy. We'll try to hold out on Rangy Cooper. We're gonna take the nose tackle here, I think. It's a mid 3rd round talent. Hidden Dev. 76th in true talent here. Wow. And he's not a bad power rusher. Look at that. 74 power moves already. Block shedding's bad. So he's got 95 strength. He doesn't have good block shedding yet. So he's raw when it comes to stopping the run. But he's got the upside there. 74 power moves. Wow. 82 acceleration. That's not bad. 89 injury. I didn't expect him to be that good. That was a really, really good pick. Wow. Okay. So now we're just simming to the punter, because I really need a new punter. Nobody really going so far. Oh, 70 overall. 71 overall right tackle. I didn't see a guy that was that good. Got an end here, but I think we've got enough defensive lineman picks. And the punter is down at 22. So I think we're good. We've got 7 more picks. Kirk Doherty. Captain Kirk goes to the 49ers. 77 overall. Wow. So he'll be backing up Denzel Haswett there in San Francisco. I did not anticipate him being 77 overall. That's insane. Okay. Of course, Kirk Doherty is from our Olympia series. I know I made him. I made this draft class probably a year ago, so I really can't remember any of the players in it. Obviously, I knew he'd be good, but 77 overall is ridiculous. One thing about him is he is not fast. Go a line. Yeah, there is a lineman I'm looking at. So let's see where he's at. The punter's here at 20. The lineman I'm interested in. Did he already go? No, Cortland Kemp. Okay, where is he projected? Cortland Kemp down at 57. So I think we can go Rangy first and then try to hold off on that lineman. His awareness is F, so that does have me a little concerned. I don't know how important awareness is for a punter, though, because I'm doing it manually. So I don't think it really matters in this game. I'm not sure. 75 overall hidden dev. Okay. A hidden dev for a punter really doesn't mean much. 91 kick power, 90 kick accuracy. Fast. 60 throw power. Okay. So, you know, you could run some fakes with him. 71 injury, though. That's a little concerning. If he gets hit, he's gonna snap a leg or something. Goodness gracious. Yeah, so we pick at 9 here. I think we get the tackle. There goes John Davis the 4th. That was a good pick. Okay. Got like a hair in my face. JJ Thomas from Olympia goes to the Broncos at 74 overall. I think that's a good pick for them. And we'll take a look at him, of course. Cortland Kemp goes 2 picks before me. Still a hair in my face. 2 picks before me, and he's a 68 overall. So I missed out on him. There it is. Well, that sucks. That was pretty much the last guy I was interested in drafting, and he was supposed to go a lot later than that. I don't need a kicker. I don't need another punter. Who do you get now? That's a good question. I mean, now you're kind of just guessing on people, right? I'm not trading down anymore because I'm just going to get maybe a 7th rounder at best, and that's just not worth it. Get another punter and have a punt off in the offseason, or the preseason. There is a late 4th entirely blocking tight end here, Davide Flake from UCF. B+ run block, B- pass block, and C catch in traffic. So, I mean, he'd be a pure, you bring him in for run blocking situations. He's interesting. Not really wanting a 24-year-old that's a late 5th round prospect. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of Davide Flake and then maybe... I think that's it, if I'm being honest. There's a quarterback I scouted here with A throw power, A throw on the run, and B+ throw accuracy short. He's undrafted, but look at his combine. That could be a pretty fun guy, but he's undrafted both in talent and projection, so I think I wait on him. I do have a lot more picks. Fudge. I'm going to have to trade some of these out. What I'm probably going to end up doing is just packaging a lot of these picks. So... another tight end. I'm kind of thinking of getting that tight end, Davide Flake. He's way down here. I mean, 32 reps bench press. It's pretty good. Draft the tight end. He's almost like a extra lineman, honestly. Okay. So 67 overall, 67 blocking. He can't catch the ball, really. I mean, you look at his route running, it's not good. His catching, not good. 79 run blocking, though. That's pretty darn good. So that plus... I'm trying to see. Pass blocking isn't bad. Lead blocking is okay, but not great. What's his impact block? Am I missing his impact block somewhere? 49. Thanks. Yeah, this is a good value pick, I think. I think he's a solid, you know, he might be more of a practice squad player right now. I don't know that we're going to see him for a while. I think I'm with you on taking the quarterback next, just to have a 3rd string quarterback. He won't be back up anytime soon. But there's just nobody else I'm interested in. Maybe take a flyer on a running back that we think is interesting. Alright, here's our pick. We're nearing the end of this draft. Let's just go ahead and take Justin Silvers. He's got the highest combine grade left. Indiana State, known for their quarterbacks, of course. 4.56, you might get some trade value. Yeah, that's possible. Okay, 64 overall, but he's got hidden dev. So, yeah, he might have some good trade value. That's not bad. 88 throw power, that's not an A. Is 88 an A? I wouldn't call that an A. 78 short accuracy. 65 awareness. 87 throw on the run. 87 speed, 87 acceleration, though. So this guy is very much like, he comes into the game, all he can really do is run around and throw short passes. So, okay. Practice squad right now, I would say. Not a roster spot yet. Not bad, though. Like you said, trade value. Could be a guy that we develop for a year or two and then ship him off to be a backup somewhere. Got Kendrick Rhodes, who pops as a 7.8 running back, but he's a 4.53 speed. Let me see if there's any fast running backs. I'll just take a flyer on the fastest running back left, I think. 4.5. And he's got a 6.8 combine. Demetrius McCain, 4.47. That's not bad. Let's keep him in our mind here. Greg Allen, 4.56. That's low. 4.48. Not bad either. 4.51. I think it's going to be that Demetrius McCain. 4.63. Brother, you should be playing a different position. 4.44, so that is faster, but if we look at the projection, Chris Ford at 7.1 combine, I think I'd rather go with a guy like Demetrius McCain. Oh, no, he's also undrafted projected. So they're 0.1 separated in 22 aged elusive back, 22 aged elusive back. So, I mean, we're talking about one point when it comes to speed. Let's look at 3-cone shuttle, 9th and 12th. 7th and 10th. Draft Ford with the later pick. Okay, I think we can do that. Broad jump, 6th. Let's just check broad jump on Demetrius McCain. I mean, I think Ford's just the better player. But the problem is, who do we pick now? We've got a lot of picks here. I mean, trading away would be, I guess, next year's 5th. We trade this 5th for next year's 5th. That's not bad. With the Bengals, with the Texans. I don't know who's going to end up being the worst out of them. Tennessee, probably. They have a rookie quarterback now, so I think Tennessee's probably who I'd trade with here. The Raiders are going to be good. I don't want to trade with them. I think we do the Titans pick here. Oh, that's a 4th rounder. Yeah. That's a bit cheeky. There's nobody left in the draft nearly good enough to be worth a 4th round pick next year. Let's keep it 5th round. Actually, if anything, I think it should be a 6th rounder. Is anybody offering a 6th other than a division rival? Yeah, let's just go with one of these first ones here. The Bengals, sure. And that's why. A 63 overall player. There's no way you should be trading a 4th rounder for that. And I mean, how many picks do I still have? We still have 4 picks, and we're still going to make 2 of them be the running back, probably. Unless there's a lineman that's maybe intriguing. Bradley Hanna, he's strong. Could take a flyer on a center here. He's undrafted potential, or undrafted talent, but, I mean, he is strong. He could have a dev. Sure, let's do it. These are all probably practice squad players anyway, right? Okay, so he's pretty bad. He's got 89 strength. He's very strong. He's a very strong man, but he's not great. Although his run blocking's not bad either. He's a good practice squad player. Really good practice squad player. And I'm thinking Ford with this pick. There goes a 65 overall quarterback. No, that's not bad. 72 overall defensive tackle. Wow. I can't believe there's still one of those in the draft. No bads at this point, you know? Like, it totally, at this point, you're just taking flyers on guys. Who knows? Anybody could be good. 3-cone is at first. That's pretty interesting. I think here we're going with that running back, though. Ford. I mean, if he's bad, he's bad, you know. This says Southern Utah, so there was a Southern Utah player that shouldn't actually be there. Interesting. 69 overall! Okay. See, we took a flyer on the center, and he was bad. We take a flyer on Chris Ford, and he's 69 overall, undrafted. potential there. 91 speed, 93 acceleration. He doesn't really break tackles. He's got good one-cut ability, I'd say. He's a good one-cut back. His receiving isn't terrible. He's not a bad player. That's a pretty good pick right there. I like that one. I think that was a good call to go for Ford. A 70 overall linebacker. Wow. There's still some good players here. Kind of looking to see at this point, do we have any more 70s in this draft? There goes, I don't think DeMarcus Pym was who I was looking at. There goes Demetrius McCain, so he would have been a 68. So we're talking one overall difference. He might have been pretty good too. Either one would have been a good pick. Go for a defensive player. Okay. Yeah, I think we could do that. Not feeling him. I don't think we need another safety because we already got 2 safeties in this draft, and we already have quite a few safeties on deck. We could go corner here. We did lose Stephon Gilmore, and we haven't really replaced him with anybody, but at this point, it's just a guessing game. We could just go highest combine. Like Robert Love. 4.24? And we kind of have to go for the 4.24 speed cornerback, don't we? We don't know his talent. He could be terrible. He might not be able to defend worth a lick. He's clearly not agile, so he's going to get killed on. If anybody makes a cut, he's screwed. But if he can defend a fly route like nobody's business. I think Robert Love might be the pick here. It's interesting. I am not going Cam Cummins. Just not out of principle. Defensive tackle, I think we're already good on that front. KR. Oh, there's Xavier Dubois as well. A late 5th. 24 overall. 24 years old, though. That's pretty old. Robert Love. Oh, decent kick returner. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, kick returner. Although he's not going to be able to, if he has to reverse field, he's not going to do it quickly. He's just going to be able to run straight down the field. Oh, it gave me a bad noise, but I don't know why. That's not a bad pick. 62 overall. 97 speed. Wow. Catching's a 49. I'd be interested in maybe even switching him to running or wide receiver. 6'2"? I mean, his coverage skills suck anyway, right? So right now, really all he can do is run down the field. Could be interesting switching him to wide receiver. We'll see. Not sure. There goes Cam Cummins. Defensive end. The 24-year-old? Yeah, we could get him. Oh, well, no, now we can't. Xavier Dubois goes to the Raiders. 66 overall, though, at 24 years old, so not really losing sleep over that one. We could go for another cornerback here. Josh DeBose. We know he is not going to be good, though. C-press is his first skill. Could go for a wide receiver that has 3-cone, 6.57 seconds. That's pretty good. He runs a 4.53, so he's not fast, but that's interesting at least. I mean, here we've got one more pick, so this is our final pick of the draft. I actually think I want to trade for the last pick in the draft. I always like doing that. It's kind of a thing in this series at this point. Let me just trade down to Mr. Irrelevant here. Which would be whom? What's 32 times 7? I have to do the math real quick. Oh, my AirPods are actually almost dead, so we gotta end this stream quickly here. 224. We're looking for pick 224. 223. 214. Bills, 223. Who's got pick 224? Did I miss it? Oh, yeah, here we go. The Colts. Let's trade straight down. I don't care. That's fine. Give the Colts a freebie there so we can pick Mr. Irrelevant. Let's see what the Colts do with it. It's AJ Hobbs. Not a bad pick. Now, there is one player I'm hoping gets picked. I don't want to pick him. Andrew Sanders, I was interested in him. Desmond Allen, Rashawn Boswell. I hope he gets picked here because otherwise I might have to pick him and trade him. I don't want him on my team just because we've already got now several good kick returners, but David Mason, 68 overall wide receiver. That's pretty good. It's not looking like he's going to get picked here. All right. Here is the guy. Now, he is from the Olympia series. He's been added recently, so I do know exactly how good he is, and that's why I wouldn't keep him on my team. Derek Canary. Now, you look at him, 23 years old. He runs a 4.26, jumps 42 inches, and runs a 6.79 and 4.05 second 3-cone and 20-yard shuttle. His awareness is B-. His pursuit is B-. And the next highest skill he has is catching at a D as a free safety. So he might not be able to defend anything. Might not be able to tackle. But we could draft him and then trade him to a team so that we'd still see him in my series. Because right now he's not going to get drafted. He's a late 4th talent, so that means he's probably like a 69 overall. I think I'm either get him. Okay, let's just do it. Let's get him. I'll figure out a good team to trade him to before the preseason stream so that he can get some reps in the preseason. And we'll take a look at what he is. Let's do the quick recap of the draft, and then that will be it for this stream. We'll be doing the preseason stream, like I said, probably tomorrow. Would like to do at least 2 games tomorrow, so we'll see on that. And let's take a look here. Derek Canary, 67 overall. Yeah, look at those ratings. That's terrible. That is terrible. So we'll be trying to find him a home to play probably kick return for some team. And let's just take a quick look through the first few picks here. Ja'Cory Butler was the #1 overall pick, 79 overall, hidden development, a 20-year-old rookie. That's a pretty good skill set. 85 power moves, 84 finesse moves, 84 block shedding. He is a complete player out of Alabama. Alan Schefter was the next pick. And he's 95 strength for a tackle. That's insane. 82 pass block, 80 pass block power, and 93 pass block finesse. So he's not a great run blocker. You're getting a pretty weak run blocker day 1. But he's a really, really good player. 21 years old, hidden development. Russell Perkins, also hidden development to the Packers. Not going to look forward to playing him twice a year. 93 speed, 93 acceleration. Coverage skills are a little lacking, but he jumps off the page with his jumping, really. Catching isn't great, though, so I think that's a bit of a reach. Jason Pierre had hidden development. He would have been a really good player. Dwayne Walker, 90 or 73 overall. So the Colts kind of reach a little bit here on a player that is interesting, but normal development. Of course, we went Maverick Barnes early in the stream, or early in this draft, rather. Maybe a bit of a reach for his position, but I'm really, really excited for him. I think he's going to be our #1 wide receiver in a year or two, if not year 1. Chuck Dempsey went early, 77 overall, hidden development, 97 strength, another tackle with crazy strength, a little more well-rounded than Schefter, but a worse pass blocker. Uh-oh. I think I just heard a noise from my AirPods that they might be dying, so we got to hurry this up. 73 overall for Champ Barnes, the twin of Maverick Barnes. Hidden development, 96 speed, 94 acceleration. A little rough on the coverages, but he's got 87 press too, so he's going to be a really, really good player. Tyler Neal, hidden development. You can see this was a top-heavy draft here. I think it was worth it for us to trade into for sure. 93 speed or strength. Really good run blocker. Cameron Woodson. Okay, here's the first tackle that might have been a little bit of a stretch. Levi Brooks went to the Steelers, and he was a really, really good player. August King was pretty decent. Sonny Shahan I thought about grabbing, and he would have been really, really good. Hidden development. Really, really good player with some good rushing upside as well. Omar Molina had hidden development, so this was an insane draft at the top here. Joshua Jimenez Carrillo also had hidden development. Not quite what I would have been looking for, but really good. Tyler Davis goes to the Vikings. Your new starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings has 76 overall, hidden development. And look at those accuracies on day one. Those are really, really solid. He's not athletic. That's the only thing. And here was the big miss of the draft, Kai Allen. Oh, it really hurts having missed out on him. 76 overall, hidden development. 93 speed for a strong safety is insane. 85 hit power. 73 block shedding. He would have been a great big nickel. Just would have needed a little coverage skills. That one's going to hurt, for sure. Ryan Cohen. Hidden development center we missed out on. Anybody else I was really looking at? Zach Garrison. Okay. Of course, we got Bakari Williams, who I think was a really, really good comp pick. If you're not going to get Kai Allen, then let's see who else here. Victor Kananopoulos was a hidden development 71 overall. Okay. Hank the Tank Sherman, hidden development. 94 strength, 82 block shed. Zaire Callahan, who we thought about, 73 overall, hidden development. So he would have been a great one as well. 93 speed, really good zone or decent zone coverage to start. Bit of a miss, not necessarily a miss on that one, but Vaznevi Kananopoulos, hidden development, 73 overall. Anybody else we really missed out on? Ryan Westergren, hidden development. Ted Cook, we missed out on him. I was really interested. Normal development, though. 99 strength, however. Oh, man, he would have been such a good nose tackle. Wow. Melosi Avwa, I really wanted him. 72 overall, hidden development. 97 strength. So, another miss, I would say. Curtis Simpson goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. 73 overall, hidden development. Really, really good player here to pair with John Schweiss. Who else are we looking at here? Larry McCain. Okay. Trade for well, no, we definitely can't. I don't do any trades for rookies in this series just because teams don't typically trade rookies. Unless they're really, really having some issues. So, but definitely someone we could look to sign if he doesn't get re-signed. Ronnie Washburn, I think he's going to end up being a good quarterback. We'll probably give him day one starter. I'll probably knock down Teddy Bridgewater so he can start. Skylar James, hidden development for the Dolphins. So the Dolphins have 3 quarterbacks. They could all be starters on another team. That's really frustrating. Benny Holmes. Who else? Gordon Bullocks. Another hidden development player we missed out on. Daryl Silva, another hidden development center. So, I mean, 95 pass block, that was a pretty good one. Taito Leato, really wanted him. Hidden development. 97 strength, he would have been perfect. 77 power moves. Oh, that one hurts. Tane Briers, hidden development. Was interested in him. 93 speed for a tight end. Wow. Now, his awareness is 30, so he's dumb. He is really stupid. But he can run block decently well. 93 speed, 93 acceleration. That's an interesting player. And we get to see him twice a year. I'm excited for that. Nick Larson we missed out on. Hidden development. Now, he would have been more of a 4-3 tackle, so that wouldn't have been bad. Just a straight up base 4-3. Tavares Wilford, normal dev. 95 speed, yeah. Didn't miss out on that one at all. Knox McGee, hidden development, running back. Okay. We got TJ Benson, who did have hidden development. So let's keep this in perspective. We got a really, really good defensive tackle. That was a very good call to go for him. We got Hemi Savea, of course, who is also hidden development. So, I mean, there were just a lot. There was star power to go around in this draft. Especially in the top 3 rounds here. After this, I feel like we have a bit of a drop-off. Keep an eye out on players here. Tyler Hahn, really good tackle. Kirk Doherty goes to the 49ers, hidden development. And he is a really, really good running back. Gonna be excited to see them play him. Let's see who else we got here. John Davis IV, hidden development. Goodness gracious. There were just a lot of really good players in this draft. It's a very deep draft. JJ Thomas down here, 74 overall, normal development. So that's kind of interesting for him. 96 speed, 96 acceleration. That's a really good player, though. Just can't catch the ball super well. Cortland Kemp, I was wanting to get him. Would have been solid, but normal development. Of course, we got Davide Flake. Is there anybody else down here, or we kind of just... We got Justin Silvers. Kind of just looking to see if we have anybody I missed down here. A defensive tackle, 72 overall. A really good player for the Eagles there. I think that's pretty much it. Taylor Hutchinson, another good player. Okay. Demetrius McCain was pretty good as well. So we could have gotten him. That wouldn't have been bad. And then Xavier Dubois, we'll look at him, and then that should be it for the draft. Hidden development on the edge. I should have gone for him. And he's a good speed rusher, and that's pretty much it day 1. But that's okay. I'm pretty happy with how this draft turned out. I think we've got a really, really deep team going into next year. Of course, a lot of other teams got some good players, though. So, anyway, that is going to do it for this stream. We've pushed 4 hours, actually, officially on the stream. I think that was a good 4 hours. I mean, you look at this team, we've got some guys going in the next season. Really, really excited for it. We will see you coming soon with the preseason stream. Probably tomorrow. I will update later today if I'm going to do that. My throat does hurt a little bit, so I might be out for tomorrow. We will see. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, for stopping by. Thank you, Tel, for your advice you gave during the stream. And if you're watching this in the VOD, thank you so much for watching. I'll have a recap coming shortly as well. Have a good rest of your day. I'm out. Peace.